Hello and welcome to the show. How is it going, everybody? Wait, am I making noise? Yeah, I am. Oh my God. How? Oh. I gotta admit something, chat, okay? It's my own fault that I'm so late to stream today because I stayed up super late last night with famous influencer Dylan Mulvaney drinking Bud Light. I was drinking Bud Light with Dylan Mulvaney. I was drinking woke beer. And it made me super woke. I'm completely woke. I'm ready to destroy all the alpha males today. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Hasan, refugees, welcome. I mean, look. We were on a bit of a Hasan negativity arc earlier in the week. There was some shit that Hasan did that's just like, okay, you know, the hairline comment, right? You know, that was messed up, right? That was messed up. But Hasan is like the only hope that we have in getting to TYT. I'm so worried that this microphone isn't actually on. It is on. Kid Rock is sobbing in the corner. Yeah, he's crying in his anti-woke beer. Do you know about the anti-woke beer, chat? I'm a wokeaholic. Yeah, I stayed up super late with Dylan Mulvaney. We were pounding the Bud Light, and you know how trans girls drink Bud Light, right? We drink the beer. Well, first, no. We do the thing where you open the beer and then you hit it with a key to like cut open the bottom and you're like, you know that thing? We did that thing? Yeah, we did that thing. And then after we were done with the beers, we're so badass that we smashed them on our heads. That's how trans girls drink Bud Light. True facts. True facts. Andrew Tate has left the chat. Wait, was Andrew Tate in here earlier? Oh, cat ears. Oh my God, I'm deficient. I'm deficient one set of cat ears. There we go. We gotta have all the bling today. Hasan was on the Majority Report. That's right, Hasan was on the Majority Report. We've got so much to go over today. Let me put out, what are we gonna do first? Should we watch that? Do you want the Hasan? Yeah, like let's do that. Hasan on Majority Report properties. But like I said, we were on a Hasan negativity arc, but don't worry, because Austinox got to me, and we're now doing Hasan positivity content. You know how this works, right? All of Hasan's PR is managed by Austinox. We've got two components to Hasan's PR. We got Hasan negativity, and we got Hasan positivity, right? And this is more of a Hasan positivity year this year, so we're going to emphasize the positivity, and we're going to cover what's positive about Hasan, because he actually thought about some stuff. He actually did a little bit of self-reflection. He looked at his uncle and he said, I do not want to be that. I do not want to be that. Oh my God, what am I missing? I'm missing lipstick, aren't I? I'm also missing liquid refreshment. Where's my liquid refreshment? There we go. We gotta imbibe this with caffeination. Look, it's not enough anymore just to have water. We have to have our water enhancer. I didn't drink Bud right. I drank Bud wrong. Void coffee. Oh my God, we got some void coffee too today. You have such a big, it's a big Mio. Oh wait, I can't tell you what, no, we can't say what it is. Look, company that makes this stuff, you know who you are. If you see this, sponsor me, give me a sponsorship. I drink your stuff every day and I would be happy to be your affiliate. What do you call it? Look, we're putting chemicals in the rainwater to turn the frogs gay. You don't gotta stir or shake it after you mix it in. I mean, you could, but the way that I drink it, you get little wisps of flavor. YouTube chat, what's going on with you? Hasan on Majority Report. Starting off with that next text. We have Leftist. Oh, there you are. There you are. Good to see you. Jink was on News Nation last night. We're going to watch that too. Yeah. So, yeah, this is an interesting thing about what's going on with Jink. Now, can anybody tell me about what News Nation is? Bud Light? More like Coca-Cola. Am I right? You are right. You are always right, Black Phillip. Good to see you. Good to see you, Shakespeare, Woody, Red, Dweeb Chan, Yolkio, Strodel, Zara, Shakespeare, UOCL, oh my god, so many friends here. Geek Prime, good to see you. Jamie SMB, good to see you. Am I missing anyone? Jules, oh my god, so good to see you. Kira Safira, good to see you as well. Meow, meow. Wow, okay, chat's been busy. Chat's been busy today. I took a long time to get to stream, and that's what happened. It's me, Natalie Marie, good to see you. Good to see you all. You just draw up Bud Light. Yeah, you don't need to. You don't need to inject tea anymore. So not a Hasan Cope session. What do we have for the second? Tu es retourné, Chazordos. Sorry for taking so long. Wait, what is the second one? It is Leftist Mafia versus TYT again. TYTY. Yeah, that's what we got. So much going on right now, and you know what I've realized? I really like to have some music in the background. Now, on the risk. Wait, I guess I can just put. I could probably just bring this up in. Yeah, I know how to. I got music. I got music for y'all. There we go. So, I've been busy editing, right? I wasn't really drinking Bud Light. The Bud Light was a lie. The Bud Light was just a little ruse, okay? It was just a clever ruse by yours truly to cover up what I've really been doing, which is editing. Yeah, I was up late last night editing. And I edited the first of our TYT videos, right? And oh my god, I can't stop from being a perfectionist. But like, here's what I was noticing, right? Listening to just me go off about these things for hours and hours, it gets a little bit dry. But with this music, right, it's popping in there just at the right time. When I don't say anything for a little while, the music's there. And somehow I'm playing off the music. I don't know, chat. Maybe in another life I was like a spoken word poet or something. Do you buy that? This is some good lo-fi. This is what is it called again? Sarah, what is this? What is the name of this? What is the name of your mixtape? Cat Chat Radio. So if you listened last summer, we had Crab Ops Radio for a while, right? And of course it got taken down by the woke mob. No, it got yeah, so but now we have Cat Chat Radio, and hopefully this will be more stable. Hopefully. Fingers crossed, right? But yeah, there's Hasan there doing his personal news. We're going to be covering a lot of him today. What all are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about Hasan on the Majority Report. We're going to talk about Hasan having kind of a self-realization, a little bit of self-reflection, right? And like, he hasn't changed his mind. Well, I don't know. I don't want to spoiler this. YouTube chat, what's up with you? What are we on as far as likes? Because that means a lot. The other thing I need to do is boost this thread, right? I'm sorry. I'm all over the place today. But that's okay because you love it. And I love it. And we all love it. All right, here is the Twitter thread. Copy that link. Put that into chat. I need you to boost this for me. All of you chatty cats that are on Twitter, help me boost this thread. I need your help. I need your, the thread needs your love. And there it is, penned. And then YouTube chat too. Like, hopefully you're awake for this, right? YouTube chat has been kicking ass lately, but I don't know. Right off the gate, I gotta say that Twitch chat is looking strong. You love the thumbnail. So there was some confusion about this thumbnail. There was some confusion in Discord, and I'm not gonna call out any names because it's easy to misinterpret a thumbnail, and I like people in Discord to express themselves freely, and if you think that I messed up on something, you know, feel free to let me know, as someone did this morning. But they thought that that thumbnail meant that I was saying that Hasan was playing defense for TYT. I wanna just like lay that, you know, to rest right now. Hasan is not playing defense for TYT. The title of the stream is Hasan tries to save TYT. I guess that some people could interpret that as like I'm saying that Hasan's gonna save TYT from the woke mob. That's not what Hasan is doing. He's trying to save TYT for themselves, so that's why I changed the stream title to indicate that. I want to make sure people know that Hasan is trying to save TYT from themselves. He's not saving TYT from the consequences of their actions. I'm sorry if anybody interpreted that as what I was doing. You like chatty cats? Me too. You popped over to YouTube to like. That is based, Routle. That is very, very based. Thank you. If you all like Cat Chat Radio, let me know if you want me to upload it. Yeah, so this could be on Zara's channel for you cats out there in chat if you want to listen to it at other times. I feel like it's perfectly just mellow. The other thing I need to do with it is put it on repeat. Can I put it on repeat? Yeah, I can. Do we have the technology? Yes. It will repeat. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's very mood. I feel like I need to fix my hair. Oh yeah, the other thing I need to fix is my lips. Now that I'm somewhat hydrated, no wait, I need to get a little bit more hydrated and then fix my lips. Yeah, because we got a lot to cover today. So like I said, this is gonna be not a Hasan negativity stream. This is gonna be more of a Hasan positivity stream. Hasan has been doing some good things lately. The first thing I want to update you on is something I reported on earlier in the week. You remember the beef between Hasan and Jax? You remember the horrible comment about Jax's hairline? Well, apparently Hasan has apologized for that. Right, Hasan knows what's wrong with that. And has apologized for that, and he says that he just kind of like lost it, and it still sucks. It still sucks, but Hasan actually talked to Jax. They have mutuals, and supposedly they worked it out. I don't know. I mean, I guess we'd have to confirm that by seeing if Jax has posted anything. I think Straddle wants me to sing I'm on a Cat Chat Radio. I think, is that how that song goes? Is that how you do that song? You love the thumbnail. I'm glad you love the thumbnail. Jink always looks so foreboding. Well, yeah, like, wait, like, maybe we should show the thumbnail. Oh, wait, I know how to do that. Do I know how to do that? Wait, what if we go here? Wait, what if we go here? Gotta mute that and then like reload that. Will that show me my thumbnail? It won't. YouTube, can we get some likes on there? Let's see if we can start off with 20 likes. That would really help me a lot. Look like we got 15 likes. I don't know. I hope I'm not asking too much from you. It's on your tweet. Oh, it's on my tweet. Yeah, good call. I just don't know if it's on the right size on my tweet. Okay, I guess you can see it there. Sort of see it. Oh wait, I know how to see this. Why does it look so weird on my homepage? Here we go. There it is. That's the thumbnail that we're talking about. That's the thumbnail that caused so much confusion and made somebody think that I was doing Hasan negativity content. And you know what? I mean, I did a little Hasan negativity earlier this week. I think he needed it. I think he admitted that he needed it. He admitted that he was on the wrong track. So, you know, he's put himself back on the right track, and he's doing some good things, right? One of those good things is pushing back against his uncle and his uncle's network, right? So just in case anybody missed it, I feel like ara somehow. Ara. I feel like ara seems like more of the day that it is, right? Does it feel like an ara day to you too, chat? I also feel like this butterfly needs to be like a little bit more. No, it's so hard to manage the butterfly and the cat wings at the same time. He pushed back against him, Xmas too. Yeah, look. I don't want anybody to think that I think that Hasan is defending any of the bullshit that TYT has done. Hasan, you know, debated Cenk earlier this year, as Frog Powered Train has pointed out. Hasan is definitely calling TYT out on their latest shit. Like, he is not on TYT's side. He sees what's wrong with that, right? He sees the problem with that. He even sees some of the problem in his own reaction to, you know, trans people in his chat as well, right? He's done a little bit of self-crit. It's hard to tell, right? It's not like a full, like, cat wings, right? It's not a full apology, but it's like, it's definitely some self-reflection. We'll take a look at that a little bit later, right? But yeah, there's the thumbnail that caused so much controversy, and all the Hasan heads think that I hate Hasan, and that, like, does this look like Hasan? I gotta ask you though, does it look like Hasan is defending TYT here? I see myself and I don't like it. That's a direct quote from Hasan. I don't know. If people are reading that into it, it's because I left it too ambiguous, right? It's on me. I'm not attacking or criticizing the person who brought it up. If they thought it, then other people thought it too, right? So I need that feedback. If you ever have feedback for me, do not be afraid to give me that. Do not be afraid that you're gonna get like banned from the stream for saying like, I'm not sure about what you're doing there, Irene. I need that feedback. I'm not like Anna, I'm not like Cenk, I'm not like the myriads of people, I'm not like Vosh, I'm not like Xander Hall, I'm not like the myriads of people who don't want to hear any criticism at all, right? I'm like Hasan, but like more so. Like Hasan's got the self-critique sometimes a little bit, you know, makes an apology, maybe not the best apology, but an apology nonetheless, right? I'm like more advanced than that. I'm like a more advanced, it's because I'm a cat girl. It's because I'm an Antifa cat girl super soldier. So I'm advanced, made by the soldier program, working for Avalanche to save the world, right? Good to see you, Nabil. Good to see you, everybody. I see what you were going for. Wait, so yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe other people saw that too. Maybe it was like a little bit unclear, but that's what I meant by it, just so everybody knows. And Jules doesn't think I was attacking Hasan. He's saying he doesn't like it. Yeah. To me, it comes off like he doesn't like what he's seeing, and it's causing him to reflect on his own poor behavior. That's exactly what I was trying to get across. That's exactly what and that's based, right? That is not something that I would ever show somebody doing in criticizing them, because that's not a bad thing. Criticizing yourself, noticing, you know, seeing yourself in somebody that's like much worse than you is like a really based thing to do. More people need to have that self-critique, right? It's very helpful. It's the only way we get better is by listening to people, you know, when they have those critiques, and especially the people that are reaching out to Anna, especially those people that are reaching out to Cenk, right? And look, to you, it might look like, in fact, it does look like, I gotta say, like that you're hoping for something that's not possible. Like, there's a very good chance that Ana and Cenk are not going to listen, that they're going to take everybody trying to help them as an attack on them, right? But you got to do it anyway. Like, if you're Emma Vigeland, if you're Lance from the Serfs, if you're whoever, right? And we're going to watch them later, Leftist Mafia, you know, it's gonna be, they just dropped an episode, they're gonna talk more about this, right? If you're any of those people, Matt Bender, right, you gotta do what you can to reach out to them, you know, but also to let your audience know that you do not stand with them, you don't believe what they did, what they believe, and you see the problem in what they're doing, right? Actually, I changed my mind. I kind of do like my hair today. I don't know, what do you think, chat? Is my hair good? I can't tell. But yeah, might as well give that a retweet. Wait, can you see this? Yeah, you can see this. Retweet. Give that a like. I'm liking my own tweet. No, it's okay. It's on my alt. No one will ever find out. No one will ever know. Like the video, or else you're Turkophobic and Rod Stewart will kick your butt. Wait, didn't Rod Stewart have a song about the Young Turks? I think Rod Stewart was a fan. Oh, there was also something on Twitter about like all the old like actors and musicians and stuff that are like Trump heads now. Like there was somebody asked like to name who's your favorite person or used to be your favorite person that is now like unlistenable, unwatchable, unviewable because they are a Trump head. And the winner was Dennis Miller, which is funny to me. I don't really know that much about Dennis Miller. Sam Cedar brings him up a lot, right? I think I found out about Dennis Miller through Sam Cedar. He was like an old SNL guy. Like he was on the news in SNL before, oh my God, I can't remember his name with the big Johnson. Who's the guy with the big Johnson? The guy that Kanye hates. Why can't I remember his name? Chat, you know who I'm talking about, right? Big Johnson guy. Large Duck. He's known for Pete Davidson. Thank you. Pete something. Yeah, Pete Davidson. That's correct. It's Pete Davidson. Yes, chat knows. It's you. It's you. It's scientist. Davidson. Yeah, that's right. Pete Davidson. Yeah, so like before Pete Davidson, there were other people on the Saturday Night Live news. And one of those people apparently was Dennis Miller, not Dennis Millerson. I don't know why I want to call him Dennis Millerson now. The Pete Davidson thing has got me adding that to other people's names, but Dennis Miller is who I'm talking about. And like, look, I have seen a fair bit of Dennis Miller's comedy. I don't think it's funny. William Dafoe is a huge hog too, disturbingly large according to Von Trier. Oh, has a huge hog, not is a huge hog. That's very different. Oh my God, Frog Power Training. I read that completely wrong. At first. I thought you were saying is a huge hog, right? As in, you know, right winger. No, William Dafoe has a huge hog and it's disturbingly large. Wait, what is up with Lars von Trier? You made a how-to video? On what? They had to get a double. Wait, he was showing his hog off in a Lars von Trier movie? I gotta ask about Lars von Trier, right? Because this dude, not disturbingly. How do people know this? They know this from 4chan. I think the Young Turks lost me. They lost me a few years ago. Yeah, well, listen, they did, and like, they're not my. They're libs, okay? So they lost me there, right? I became, you know, a leftist after being disillusioned with the Democratic Party establishment. Even what I thought was the rising, you know, insurgent Democratic, you know, establishment. You sent me a whisper. Wait, what is it? What exactly is it? It's a how-to video on what? In the movie, Antichrist Defoe is reeling someone in the shower. Damn, I gotta see this. This sounds like my kind of movie, right? This sounds like my kind of movie. I don't know. I kind of like movies where people get railed in the shower. Just saying. I loved him in Lighthouse, right? So, wait, he played Ryuk? He played Ryuk in Death Note? It's a quick Oh, a quick setup tent for homeless. Yeah, or for unhoused people. Yeah, absolutely. That is a cool how-to video then. Very very useful in late stage capitalism, unfortunately. Wait, so the Antichrist is like railing people? That's how he gets you, isn't it? Because I always wondered that, like, aren't people just gonna be like, hey, wait a minute, you're the Antichrist, I'm not gonna trust you, right? But like, if he's railing you good, then it's hard to, you're like, I know you're the Antichrist, but goddamn, railing me in the shower. I mean, that's how you changed my mind. I don't know. Remember when the Justice Democrats gave me hope? Look, like I had hope too. I mean, I was really excited to see, you know, Hillary Clinton not win the Democratic nomination, see Obama go in there, and I really I believed like what Obama was saying. But it turns out that it's like very much a meet the new boss, same as the old boss sort of situation. And from what I understand, Hillary was talking to Obama behind the scenes, and part of what got Hillary to drop out of the primary when she did and not harm Obama's candidacy was the fact that Obama let Hillary's people know that there would be no substantial change, right? And so all it was the Democratic Party putting a new face on, putting a more progressive veneer on than Hillary Clinton, who was just massively unpopular. And you see the results of running Hillary Clinton for president in 2016, right? Dennis Miller also hosted Monday Night Football for years. Imagine by railing, he's just really doing Rodney Mullen style skate tricks like on me. Like skate tricks on me? I mean, I don't know about that. But if he's just railing, you know, that's cool. She got to the State Department head and overthrew multiple governments. Girl boss Hillary. Yeah. What's up? Mr. Beast thing is pretty ridiculous. Yeah, it really is. It really is. So, yeah, I'm trying to introduce everything that we're talking about. So we're going to watch Hasan on the Majority Report talking to Emma. We're going to watch the Leftist Mafia talk about the TYT situation. We're going to watch Hasan do some self-reflection on what's wrong with the Young Turks and why he doesn't want to be like that, and even seeing like a little bit of himself in what TYT was doing. And then we're gonna take a look at the Mr. Beast situation. So if you don't know, Mr. Beast has an entourage. Mr. Beast has a crew, right? And among that crew is someone named Chris Tyson. Chris Tyson's appearance has changed a lot in recent times, and to the point where some Mr. Beast fans were like making fun and saying like, look, this is how Chris used to look, this is how Chris looks now, what's going on, right? And and Chris posted, yeah, that's 2 months of HRT, what of it, right? Mega Stacy move there by Chris Tyson, and pushing back against, you know, what turns out to be transphobia, right? And like somebody went for that, right? We're talking about Sunny V2. Sunny V2 did a video saying, is Chris going to become Mr. Beef's nightmare? Did I say Mr. Beef? Mr. Beast's nightmare. So in other words, Sunny V2's video was about like, I don't know, is having a trans person in your crew like bad for business? Where's the beef? Where's the Mr. Beef? Where's the YouTube chat today? God, I was so loving that. The YouTube chat being super active. I can see you, YouTube chat, even though, like, let's check once again. Look, you know, whisper of a dream. One day this will actually work. Nope. See? What is up with that? I gotta figure that out. What's up, Tiffany? Good to see you. So yeah, we're gonna watch Sunny V's video. There's also another video, right? So there is a smaller creator, and I think this might be where Sunny V got the idea for this, right? a 22K creator did a video that showed a picture, an unflattering picture of Chris, and had the words like transgender, but like it's like separated, and it's like evil looking text, right? So basically baited a bunch of chuds into watching the video, a bunch of people that are being transphobic about Chris, and they got 1 million or more views. They got more. It's like almost 2 million views that video is on, right? So I think that's where Sunny got the idea, because Sunny V, just like all he does, if you haven't watched Sunny V, his videos are like the downfall of X, how Ninja fell off, how this fell off, how the Yogscast fell off, right? I watched that last night. So it's just pretty basic, video essays on popular topics that are likely to get a lot of views. And indeed, Sunny V2 has been getting a lot of views, but now people are starting to talk about Sunny V2 falling off. People are starting, it's starting to become like the downfall of Sunny V2, right? And especially after this one, Sunny V2's name is mud at this point. People are really mad about Sunny V2 making this video about Chris, and Mr. Beast himself actually weighed in on this and said, Chris is not my nightmare. Chris is my friend, right? So, and a lot of people, are jumping in here. People are calling Mr. Beast Mr. Best, just because, look, if you look into Mr. Beast's history and even into Chris Tyson's history, you can find some helicopter jokes going back to 2016, right? So, there was a fear. In fact, there were fake leaks on 4chan that looked like Mr. Beast talking on Instagram and telling people that were working for him, hey, just be cool with Chris. We have to be cool or else we're gonna get canceled. So it made it sound like Mr. Beast didn't really support Chris, but was just worried about getting in trouble, having the woke mob come after him. And it turns out, no, Mr. Beast Mr. Beast says trans rights. So that's good to hear. Hasan covered that. Hasan's been talking about transphobia lately. I feel like Hasan's actually been doing some good work in terms of dealing with transphobia. So we're going to watch that too. Am I missing anything that we're covering? Wait, I can't still edit the event. Sunny V2 versus Mr. Beast. I almost said And Taibbi and Elon break up. I've been trying to cover this thing for days, right? There's been a breakup between Matt Taibbi and Elon Musk, if you haven't heard. Trouble in Paradise, right? Basically, Taibbi was mad that Elon was stopping links from Substack. Taibbi's on Substack. Substack, if you don't know, is like if you combine Medium with Patreon, you imagine a Medium article platform, but it has a Patreon attached to it, right? So that way you can support, if you can read some of their stuff, and if you want to read more of their stuff, you can support them, right? So it's a way for people, for bloggers essentially, or writers of any kind, to make money off of their writing, right? So Glenn Greenwald, Matt Taibbi was using, Glenn Greenwald is big on Substack too. Matt Taibbi was using Substack, and part of that sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Matt Taibbi's on Substack. Elon says no more Substack links because Substack's got Substack Notes, right? Substack Notes is a competitor. There's lots of Twitter competitors now because Twitter's looking weak, right? So it makes sense. There's blood in the water. There's going to be sharks, right? And one of those sharks is Substack Notes. So, in order to stem the flow of blood from Twitter into Substack, Elon tried to shut that door. Now, that's not good for Taibbi, because Taibbi, it turns out, has done a lot for Elon, including chat, agreeing to do his reporting on the Twitter files, which he was handed. He was handed the Twitter files, do that reporting on Twitter. That was one of the stipulations. That was one of the ways that Taibbi assured that he would be the midwife for the Twitter files, along with Barry Weiss and, oh my god, what is that MD guy that's not really a doctor? Anybody remember that, guys? There's another person, right? There's a few people that are the Twitter files, you know, they're like the conduits, they're the reporters. They're making it look like not just like information that from Elon by covering it and making it look like, here's the story, I'm a reporter giving you the story. It's really just like they got handed the files from Elon, right? So anyway, this caused Matt Taibbi to say, I'm not gonna do Twitter anymore. Fuck. F it. There we go. Trying to do better. F it. I'm not gonna do. No, Weinstein might have been involved. It seems he seems like the kind of guy that would do it. There was some other guy named MD. His last name is like somehow he has like MD initials, but he's not a doctor. Sheldon. I can't remember his name, but whoever, he doesn't matter. Matt Taibbi's now on Truth Social. Really? Oh my god. Yo, Matt Taibbi's like fallen a long way. I listened to Justin Peterson, one of the Tennessee Three, on the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne. I found out that he's one of the Justice Dim types. It's disheartening, but I still appreciate his work and movement against institutional racism that he's fighting. Yeah, look, as a leftist, you're gonna have to deal with sort of this thing that a lot of the people in electoral representative democracy are like, you know, decidedly not on our side, right? There's very little, you know, even somebody like Bernie Sanders, right? You're talking about somebody who's been a socialist, has been part of, you know, socialist parties, socialist movements in the past, right? If you really look at what Bernie's offering, if you really look at what Bernie's revolution is about, it is not like socialism proper. It's democratic socialism. It's, you know, maybe there's just not a path for doing what we want to do within the confines of, if you want to see American democracy as like a metaphor, think of it like this. You've got like a hen house, and that hen house is democracy. And you got a fox, and that fox is capitalism, right? So it's just bound to happen that if you have a fox guarding the hen house, that fox is going to eat some of those hens. And those hens, you know, they get eaten. That's what our system is. Like, you know, we show you the hen house to say, look at this, isn't this a wonderful representative democracy? And then anytime they want to, capitalists reach into the hen house and they take what they want, right? Because that's just how it is. That's how it is, right? So it's very frustrating, and it's kind of hard to keep your head straight on this, right? And we've seen leftist content creators like Vosh fall down in this regard in terms of the whole riding with Biden thing. What's wrong with riding with Biden? You turn your supposedly socialist, you know, supporters, like, right, your socialist, you know, community, or your anarchist community, I guess, libertarian socialist community, into cheerleaders for, you know, a capitalist party like the Democrats, right? You got to put that to them in the right way, right? I'm not against the idea of harm reduction strategic voting, right? If you give me somebody like, you know, Joe Biden, and you give me somebody like Trump, and I can place a vote for Joe Biden that's going to stop Trump from being in the White House, that seems like a pretty good deal to me. But what I don't want to do ever is give you the feeling that you are on Joe Biden's team, right? That you are in the car, you are in the convertible sitting next to Joe Biden, and look how cool he is with his hairy legs and his corn pop, and he's got glasses. He's eating 2 ice cream cones while driving. He's driving like with his elbows. He's eating the ice cream cone. No, right? You know, you don't want to be that person. That person is cringe. Don't be that person. You want to be the Marty McFly that has grabbed a hold of Biden's convertible behind the car, and is like, you know, you're going along until your paths deviate, right? Because your paths do deviate, and that's the problem with Vosh, is that like his community gets it in their head that like supporting Biden is praxis. It's not. It's harm reduction. That's a hugely important distinction. Anyway, chat, I have edged you long enough. Let's get to the content. Let's take a look at Emma Vigeland and Hasanabi. Oh my god, I love Lance's thumbnails recently, right? Look, Lance has said good things about my video editing. I'm gonna say I really like, and I have always been a fan of the Serfs thumbnails. Anyway, yeah, me and Lance have definitely had our differences in the past, but that's something I appreciate about Lance. Okay, so what do we got here? We're looking for something, Majority Report. Oh wait, it's like right next to me. What do we got? We got Emma, Vigeland, and Hasan.
We got Hassan Minhaj. We got Mehdi Hasan. Yeah.
He's talking about how many Hassans there are. There's a lot of Hassans, right? That's why it's so easy for Hasan to trend, right? Because the Twitter algorithm doesn't know the difference between Mehdi Hasan trending for the Matt Taibbi stuff and Hasanabi trending for going after somebody's hairline. So the Nordic model is really what Bernie is offering. Yeah, which is decidedly capitalist, but actually gives a crap about its people. Yeah, so we want to improve the material conditions of people, but we don't want to do that at the cost. Yeah, this is simple Marxian shit right here, okay? We want to improve the material conditions of the people. We don't want to do that at the expense of their class consciousness. That's what Vosh does. Vosh trades in, sells out class consciousness for, you know, something that might ameliorate people's material conditions, right? And like, while, you know, improving material conditions is important, is necessary, you know, there's a point to that, right? It has real effects on people. When you look at what the Republicans are trying to do right now, they're talking, chat, if you don't know, the Republicans are trying to leverage the debt ceiling, which the Dems were silly enough to give them as an issue, right? That's all self-inflicted wounds by the Democrats, right? But they're trying to leverage the debt ceiling thing in order to cut Medicaid, not Medicare, Medicaid. In other words, you know, how we cover people who cannot pay for medical care themselves through Medicaid and SNAP. So take food out of hungry people's mouths, and take medical care out of, you know, away from people that need it and can't pay for it. So there's a real reason to do this, like, harm reduction voting, but you got to emphasize that's what it is. That's all it is. It's harm reduction voting.
I'm definitely the one that get cancels the most, though. Like I'm the one that comes up every week.
Of all the Hassans. Okay, are we gonna feel sorry for you though?
On Twitter, on the trending tab, probably.
Yeah, I didn't.
It's Hank Packer.
Did I heard some rumors about you that you own a house.
I do, and
Hasan is trying to be modest. It is kind of cute in a way. YouTube chat, what's up? Where are we at as far as likes?
Ever since
Pretty
that shit got leaked.
dude.
Okay, I gotta say though, we're even, right now. You know, like, I mean, Twitch has made a lot of noise, right? And YouTube's not really keeping up with that today. But you can make that up with likes. You can make that up with memberships. You can make that up with super chats, right? There's lots of ways for YouTube still to win, even though they are at a strategic disadvantage over Twitch. Probably because I've been streaming on Twitch longer than YouTube.
Yeah, ever since that got leaked, things have just been on the downswing. Like, no matter what I do, people are just like, this guy's bad guy.
Yeah, I mean,
Whatever.
that seems like sound logic. We go back, when you still were at TYT, I remember chatting with you in the office space. I wasn't out there in LA too much, but, same roots, just you're probably a little bit closer to that because of the whole bloodline thing.
Yeah, you were doing sports, right? You were
I think I came on and did the sports stuff with Rick, but like I was doing we're on the campaign trail, all that good stuff.
When people are only concerned about improving the material conditions of folks in the Imperial Core, their policies require strengthening U.S. force projection and interest over the autonomy of other people. I'm 50-50 on that. Yeah, capitalism is rotten to the core, but I also don't see how slowly reforming it into socialism won't work. God. It won't work because the system is set up to circumvent that. Some of the checks and balances aren't necessarily checks and balances on power, aren't necessarily checks and balances on somebody like Trump, who literally almost, like, you know, Trump is like the dinosaur that literally almost got out of Jurassic Park and started eating people, right? So the checks and balances in a lot of ways are against the people expropriating wealth from capital itself, right? It's theoretically possible, though. I know what you're saying, Yosiel. I know what you're saying.
When I first started.
I left
By then, gotcha. Well,
I think so, yeah.
What's going on with you? I mean, do you have anything you want to plug right off the bat, and then we can get into the news of the week?
Not really. No, I'm just I do the same thing every day. If I wasn't on
whitewashing as an appropriation,
the Majority Report right now, I'd probably be watching it. So, you know, this is the one rare instance where I get to be on it.
Perfect.
Instead of watching it from the gym.
I don't like Hasan, but he owned Matt and his show Patriot Act pretty good. Wait, are you talking about Mehdi Hasan or Hasanabi? Hasan is an entertainer, and the fact that he is the best the left can do in engagement with it, yeah, it's pretty pathetic. Yeah, you're right, Stefan. Hasan is just the furthest left that you can get in the current American political system. Also, you know, he's the only part of that TYT institution, the early, you know, TYT people, like, that's really meaningfully criticizing their turn to the worst. Bazinga indeed. If you make everyone in the US slightly more comfortable by exploiting the rest of the global south, you kill the spirit of change and class consciousness while uplifting the machine that strikes down the proletariat outside the core. See, yeah, that's the thing. Is what Zara's pointing out is the fact that capitalism is not okay. It's not going to be okay, right? Capitalism, at the very least, even in its stages, even in epics like the FDR, you know, post-World War II epic, where a lot of people felt okay about capitalism, a lot of people felt like the government was on their side against capital, you still have leverage that the capital class has, you know, in order to, and they're just kind of biding their time. Like, in those moments, they know that socialism is so close. They know that class consciousness is so great. They know that Americans have seen, you know, the what capitalists have in store for all workers, eventually, enough to want to fight it. And so what they do is they give you policies that are kind of, you know, that feel good, that you know, make it so that you don't feel as precarious, right? But your existence still is very precarious. I don't know how Hasan gets so many views. He got like 50k viewers. Why?
Him or something.
Well, I mean, we get it. You work out, no big deal. Let's dive into it then. So Clarence Thomas, kind of a bad guy. News broke yesterday that he essentially did not disclose that he'd sold a series of properties to Harlan Crow, Club for Growth billionaire, who he just is so close with. And then, like, so that just came out in ProPublica. I would imagine that there's more stuff coming, because he essentially stopped disclosing his relationship with this guy in 2004 when the LA Times came out with their own kind of, like, expose about the disclosures. Then he just stopped recording it and seemingly ramped up his financial connection with this Nazi memorabilia collecting billionaire.
Yeah, I thought in the United States of America, it was okay for black men to be friends with white men.
Well,
that's
like,
what I
mean,
but turns out,
no, really, did I lose? Oh my god, I didn't realize this. Ugh.
I guess we've moved beyond that. I guess we're going back in time. You know, Clarence Thomas is a baller. Okay, he was going on the lamest, I mean the absolute lamest vacations known to man with Harlan Crow. Have you seen the photos? I mean, they were literally
Yeah.
like, at first I thought they were doing like Jeffrey Epstein shit, and then I realized like, oh no, Harlan Crow actually is just like, he's a billionaire or whatever. So like, of course he travels in Jeffrey Epstein style, like Jeffrey Epstein style, like yachts and cruises. And
Just so you don't know, they don't talk about Ana and Cenk. That's kind of surprising. Hasan does talk about Ana and Cenk, right? So we will get to that. Thanks for give us that heads up. So we're not talking, this is just Hasan and Emma talking.
And private jets and whatever, but they're like going to, Thailand together, and then it's like a family photo, and then Clarence Thomas and Ginny are like on the side.
Yeah.
So at first I thought to myself like, oh, they're doing like shadowy sex stuff. You know what I mean? They're doing like butt stuff for sure. And then I saw those family photos and I was like, oh my God, it's way worse. I think they're like legit friends.
Yeah.
Which is very weird.
It's not that weird though, right? I mean, they have the same values, but friends don't buy. I mean, again, as a homeowner, right? Let's return to this. You're one of the people who would understand.
That's why I'm defending them. Me and
Yes.
Harlan Crow are very similar.
You guys are. I mean, like that's one thing that you have in common. Do you also have a house that you purchased from a Supreme Court justice that you rent out to her family members?
I do not. I'm working on it. I thought to myself, Ketanji Brown Jackson, she's probably going to be a communist. Obviously, Joe Biden is pretty much FDR reincarnated. So I suspected that like his Supreme Court pick was probably going to be
That's on
one.
oh my God. Oh. I'm sorry, chat. I just realized that I can't easily pause. The one thing that kind of sucks about having the music on Zara, maybe you should put on, if you can put the music on your channel, that would probably be better. I would love that. What's up, Gatsby? You saw me on Twitch? And you thought I looked cool? Well, thank you, I'm glad I look cool. I'm definitely not a normie like Hasan, but I guess I could be cool. Look, here's the deal.
It reflects my.
Here's the deal, okay? Like Hasan is like, dude, you're not cool. You're not cool. Oh my God, thank you, Das Empress. Like I'm like this, right, chat? I'm like this, and Hasan's like, dude, you're not cool. And then I'm just like, and I'm like this, and I'm like, how about now, Benson? And Hasan just face palms. That's my relationship with Hasan. Oh, I did it again. Sorry. I stopped the music. Don't stop the music. Don't stop the music, Irene.
My values. I mean, I am very similar to Harlan Crow in the sense that I also have memorabilia of things that I despise, like immediately Master Chief, bad guy. Okay, very bad guy. Have his helmet right there. I look to it sometimes and ponder and think to myself like, this is the great evil that he did against Legion. And then of course I have the USSR Ushanka back there. I look back at that to say like, wow. I mean, just awful stuff that those guys did.
Oh, sorry, I didn't even notice. This is Stroudel actually gifting a sub to Das Empress.
And then the Antifa book as well. Like all the stuff that I have back there, pretty much, just like Harlan Crow has the signed copy of Mein Kampf.
Yeah. That's a pretty rare piece of memorabilia. You have to go out of your way to buy the signed copy of Mein Kampf, I would say.
Yeah. No, I think he just really likes Hitler's writings and what he delivered for the medium was really, really huge in like racial screeds, I think.
I mean, the prose is just out of control.
That's why he got it.
He got it for the prose. And the other thing, do we have this of Charles Murray? I'm sure you saw this, Hasan, but Charles Murray, known like skull measurer, race science guy, a bell curve author, dedicated not one book, but 2 books to Harlan Crow. So like
that's my favorite.
Yeah,
that's my favorite thing. Like when you're rich, like it's so weird. Like it's like you're a rich guy. Why don't you do like fun shit? Like why is it that you're so hyper focused on like fascist stuff and like race perverts that you pay money to like write books about?
Because they're weird sniveling losers like that.
I've been thinking about this pervert thing lately, right? So when Hasan talks about debate bros, he doesn't say debate bros. He says debate perverts. He says like people that Hasan doesn't like are like perverts. I don't know. It's not a huge criticism, but
so here, I mean, even the way human accomplishment, the pursuit of excellence in the arts and sciences, 800 BC to 1950. First of all, anybody that like does sweeping historical books that aren't focused on a specific time and try to like make grand claims about humanity in large swaths, kind of a red flag in and of itself, because you end up just whittling racial and ethnic groups down to crude stereotypes, although that's Charles Murray's kind of thing. But here it is. To Irwin, Stelzer, Charles Krauthammer, and Harlan Crow, it turns out...
that's the Avengers squad of like
Yeah,
the most...
no, he says, turns out I have brothers after all. That's what he calls them. Charles Murray and Harlan Crow, bros.
Charles Krauthammer, didn't he die recently? Like he died a couple years back?
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was, yeah. I mean, he was something else. You know, great. Love giving Pulitzer Prizes to guys like this. I think one of my favorite parts about, I would say, Murray's work is that it just like is so easy to just like look up and absolutely eviscerate with like one study conducted in India in between like, you know, the noticeable drop off of IQ for, you know, during famine season.
Oh my God. Oh, I did it again. I gotta stop doing that. I'm sorry. So we got a new sub goal here. This is how it's gonna work. We got 10 points to reach, right? If we can get 10 points. Wait, I wish I could just like automatically put 1 point on there, because Stroudel did give one community stuff. So really, if it's like 9 points, right? If we get to 9 points, right, I'm gonna stream for longer than 3 hours. But otherwise, I'm gonna have to get back to my editing. I've got a fresh video coming out for you, and I almost released it this morning. I almost released it to members this morning, and then I took a look at it again, and I realized that there was things about the video that did not look professional. Like I've got like a standard to uphold. I gotta look at least this good. I gotta look professional when I'm editing stuff. So I'm holding on to that one a little longer. I really apologize. I know I'm being a perfectionist. I don't think pervert thing is a huge deal. Yeah, it's not a huge deal. It's tiptoeing through a bad historical use of terms. I think he's sort of intending to mock it. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's intending to mock it. It ends up kind of like that, combined with Hasan's like just be normal shit. That I don't know. There's something there. But like, look, I'm not mad at him about this. Okay, this, like I said, this is a Hasan positivity stream.
Versus when you know, people are...
Hasan has done good things lately. Hasan is doing good things in terms of and you're gonna see Hasan's like self-reflection on TYT. It's actually pretty impressive.
Eating properly. Immediately, it's just like you eviscerate the genetic component of like race and IQ.
Yeah, well, I understand not wanting to say debate bros. Tiffany's pointing out that perverts is gender neutral. I understand not. That's why I say debate bozos. But you know, I'm not I'm not expecting Hasan to adopt my language. Like, why would he?
And then you don't need to write that book. But of course, when there are billionaires like Harlan Crow out there who will fund you, you will constantly write books like that, because at a certain point, I don't know if it's for the love of the game or if it's for money, or maybe both, which of course brings me back to Clarence Thomas. Everyone is talking about how this is like, you know, this guy's getting greased. His wheels are getting greased by Harlan Crow. But I also kind of feel like, I mean, and I feel you'll agree with me on this. They're just, you know, they have the same opinions. Like Clarence Thomas wouldn't have gotten to the position that he got to if he didn't believe the freak shit that he believes. You know what I mean? If he wasn't severely interested in like deregulation, playing a profoundly important role in hyper-focusing on culture war wedge issues, backed by the Republican Party. Like, he would not be a Supreme Court justice if he wasn't the perfect guy for that, right?
Yeah,
So,
I mean, it becomes kind of like hard to the
Make
lines get a
everything
little bit
balance,
blurred. Where
yes.
how much of his ideology is informed by these rich guys essentially paying him and validating him, and how much of it is
Okay, look.
like
Executive decision, chat. I see how you respond to content, and I'm gonna act accordingly. This is not compelling. We might get back to this later, right? But let's check in on Leftist Mafia, Matt Bender. Let's check on out on this, like, right? This is like, I mean, I do want to get to this, right? This is gonna be a Hasan day. We will no doubt come back to this. That's Rational National, Matt Bender, and then what the heck? Does he really not have this up on his channel? Oh my god. Why? I want to watch it on Bender's channel. Is this just where it is? 18 is right here. Bender does not have... Wait, you know what? Let's try one more time. I bet Bender has this on live. Boom. What just happened? Oh my god.
Self-missed.
We have a hype train. We have an active hype train. Wow. Wow, I didn't even see that coming. Thank you, Jules. Yeah, we got one that says 1 out of 10. It's really, think about it as 1 out of 9, okay? Because somebody already did a gift sub before I started the new goal. But yeah, we are going for 10 subs to unlock the second half of the stream. Can we skip the intro? Yes, we're definitely skipping the intro. Zara, good on you for reminding me of that. Yeah, the intro is kind of violent. Like, I mean, these are nice people. We got Lance from the Serfs. We got Blair from iIluminaughtii. We got Mike Figueredo. We got Dave Doel. We got yo, and I keep on mispronouncing her name. I keep on mispronouncing Ole. Yeah, I mean, I know how it's spelled, but I say that Olayemi, and everybody else says it in a different way. We'll see if we can pick that up. I gotta get Ole's name right. Olayemi. Olayemi. Yes, I got it. It's Olayemi. And chat, I think there's a special guest appearance from Foreign Man in a Foreign Land on this show. Do we not have oh my god. This one does not have, you know what, we're gonna have to do Rational National regardless. Look, I don't know Rational National. I do know Matt Bender. Matt Bender is a friend of the VOD. We try to support our friends of the VOD by watching their stuff. I mean, it's the same video, right? Addressing the TYT drama right here. There we go. See, because I need those chapters. I need those chapters to make this work. Yeah. Olayemi. Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. I wasn't getting it right before. Didn't you have Matt Bender on the stream? I did. Yeah, Matt Bender. That's why I say Matt Bender is a friend of the VOD, even though he disagrees with me about FDR. Even though we had a little blow up, we had a little debate, little debatey debate, but right. And it was weird, right? Because I wasn't trying to debate Matt's like my hero, right? I'm not ever trying to debate my heroes. But I'm a little further left than Matt, or at least I was at the time. Maybe we should have Matt back on and see if anything's changed. It seems like maybe Matt has drifted further left since that. Friend of the Void, yeah, the Friend of the Void coffee. Now, let me see if I can keep the music going.
I'm just gonna say before anyone launches anything, I have a video up. I did it. Watch it. You can watch it later or tomorrow, whatever. But my opinions are in there. If this chat gets out of hand, that's not on me. So anybody that may be offended, it's not on me. This is a democratized podcast.
And so, like, if you watched me watch the previous clip of Leftist Mafia, you would have seen David Doel kind of as one of the defenders of TYT. My understanding is that his perspective has changed. I watched a little bit of his video on it, right? So we're gonna look at David Doel, because I know some people were kind of mad at, like, you know, how much David Doel seemed to be defending TYT. That might have changed. Wait, are we on the hype train? Matt Bender, get in the VC. That's right.
Smart of David to do that. As we all know, he has the problematic fan.
I still don't understand how the hype train was. Oh wait, maybe it wasn't a hype train. Maybe it was just acknowledging that the goal was starting to be met.
Base usually causes problems. He's coming out ahead.
I also want to say, I posted a video.
They're all very positive, I gotta say. All the comments on my video are very positive. People that
I looked at them too. It was nice. It was very wholesome. The outpouring of love has been most wholesome. I hope everyone knows that, by the way. I've been entirely and completely touched by every single person who's been like, what is happening? So that's nice. It's nice.
I want to let the record reflect. I don't think it's us who's going to get out of hand, because I want to say, from the beginning of time, we spent an hour.
Foreign is great. Foreign is awesome, right? What's up, Nok Nasara? Good to see you. What's up, Troll Life? I stopped watching Young Transphobes. Yeah. Just him trying to be gender. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the bait perverts.
Waterboarding each other and the fans with a whole session of, we like her, we swear this isn't a deep critique, we did all that shit,
right,
okay?
Right. And as a lot of people... Right. As a lot of people on Twitter pointed out, when Ole was getting all the shit, it was actually I who started.
Yeah, you asked. You holy shit. You did not get called out at all. Not by name. Not anything.
But you know what I think is important? You know what I think is an important note in that, just to speak to the level of engineered foolishnness and theatrics this is, and the choice. And I believe it is a deliberate tactic, and who she chose to go.
Sorry, I always try to speed things up, right? But they're gonna be hard to understand if we speed them up.
Go after, and why? Because it's not lost upon me that after this happens, you unfollow Bender. Even though you didn't call out Bender, you didn't say shit about Bender, you unfollow Bender. Both them still follow me. They ain't no.
So are we talking about Anna and Cenk unfollowing Bender? We need to, like, I couldn't understand. I had them going too fast.
Yeah, you got a pass. You got
Bender
the
always
other
a shit star.
pass. Many of us, holy shit, you did not get called that at all. No,
Look at Bender with his void watch. He's got like, I don't know if it's like an Apple Watch or something. It's white. Like, so wait, that doesn't make sense. It would have to be green. I used to know someone whose surname was Einbender.
And hold on. But you know what I think is important? You know what I think is an important note in that, just to speak to the level of engineered foolishness. And
Yeah, I feel bad for Olay. All this has been predictably unfair to her. Yeah, Olay has been the concentration of hate has been directed at Olayemi.
theatrics this is, and the choice, and I believe it is a deliberate tactic and who she chose to go after. And why? Because it's not lost upon me that after this episode, you unfollow Bender. Even though you didn't call out Bender, you didn't say shit about Bender, you unfollow Bender. Both them still follow me. They ain't no. You don't.
I'm also, I think, the only person on this show, maybe iIluminaughtii hasn't been, but the only person on the show who's never been invited on their program.
Yep.
So I think
Interesting that.
this is a concerted effort to take me down a notch. They're obviously threatened by my growing presence online.
You were
but
one
let
of,
me
like,
tell
what,
you,
6 people who were banned on Twitter. So
right? Let me tell you, if Elon,
Okay, so Natalie's letting me know that people were getting mad at Olayemi in some of the chats that were streaming this. So this is the Leftist Mafia, right? Now, the reason that I started off on Matt Bender, started off watching Matt Bender's version, is because he has the overlay. I really like their overlay. I really like all the so like, to me, the Matt Bender version is the definitive version. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna change my mind again. And we're gonna go back to the Matt Bender version. I'm so okay. Like, look, this is why I like the Matt Bender version. Right?
Made an a point to let y'all know I don't give a fuck. I do not want to be in anybody's drama and anybody's to do. That is not important to me. I think it is.
I thought that Matt was gonna keep I like the overlay. Why did they get rid of the overlay? Anyway, so this is David Doel, Olayemi, Matt Bender, Lance from the Serfs, Blair from iIluminaughtii, and Mike Figueredo from the Humanist Report that are on right now. Later, Foreign's gonna, I think Foreign, no, maybe that was the previous one that Foreign joined on. Anyway, Foreign has been on. They do sometimes have a special guest. Their special guest this time is Jun1per. So if you know Trangender Marx on Twitter, that is Jun1per, the person that came up with the joke where they said that that Snickers had gone woke and they got rid of the duck vein. And if you know what I'm saying, I'm not saying duck, I'm saying duck with an I, the duck vein. There was a duck vein on a very suggestive vein on a Snickers bar, and supposedly Snickers had gone woke and had gotten rid of the duck vein, right? And right-wingers were mad about that because that's not very alpha male to get rid of the duck vein. It was because the woke mob got offended by the masculine look, the hyper-masculine look of a Snickers bar, how it has that veiny look, right? They got rid of the veiny thing. Didn't really happen, but, you know, that's probably Jun1per's claim to fame, is making that shitpost that actually got some right-wingers being like, yeah, why are they getting rid of the vein? I want the vein back. I want the vein back. Big, veiny male chicken, right? Exactly.
Waste of energy talking about what the next one is talking about, blah 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 blah.
But yeah, sorry, what I was trying to get at was that, like, there's all these people on here, right? Multiple of these people are streaming this. So like the Humanist Report is streaming this, Rational National is streaming this, I don't know about the Bender is streaming this, right? So there's multiple versions of this, right? I'm just trying to find you the best one.
I try to extend.
I love a big veiny Snickers. Me too. I love getting railed by wait, who was it again? Who were we getting railed by in the shower in a Lars von Trier movie?
Let me tell you something. If I have done a show with you, I've been on whatever it is, I've done it with you.
Yeah, I am in a sundress, right? That's my favorite way to get railed. Oh no, you got blocked by Jun1per? William Dafoe with the big veiny Snickers bar, right?
I extend you the courtesy of not giving you no smoke.
So Natalie Marie tells me it's Bender, Rational National, Humanist Report, and Lance. Does anybody know who has the overlay? Look, we'll just watch this on this, right? Unless there's like a overlay, unless there's one with the overlay. I really like the neon.
Oh, listen, because for me, my position is this. I did not know TYT until last summer when they covered my appearance on Rising when I went viral, ironically, for defending the trans community against violent transphobia then, and in this, ironically, Ana was giving me my praises saying that, this is what the left needs, an aggressive advocate, someone who will aggressively go after transphobia. I say that to say she knew who the fuck she was dealing with then. That's one. But two, because that was my first introduction to them,
People are saying that Lance is the one who's got it up. I'm trying to pronounce your name right, but No. Are you a Pepega? Hey, Pog. Oh, it's like a Pog Pepe enthusiast. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Meow. What are we at, chat, as far as YouTube likes? How are we doing on YouTube likes?
I was nice. Like, I was, okay. Like, all I know from them is that they positively said something about me and we follow each other. And so, cool. Once someone is my mutual, I try to,
understand that was Olayemi's experience with Ana, with TYT. It's not that, nobody knew who Olayemi was, and then TYT covered Olayemi or brought Olayemi on, and, so Ana makes it sound like they gave Olayemi life. They gave Olayemi their clout, and that it's biting the hand that feeds you for Olayemi to criticize them, right? When in actuality, their association with Olayemi was harmful to Olayemi as a content creator, just by virtue of the fact that now Olayemi's associated with TYT's weird trans takes, and Olayemi just wanted, did what we all have to do when something like that happens and say, it's not me. I do not support this. I'm against this. I do not believe in this. And even more, socially responsible is you say something like, this isn't it, Ana. This isn't it, Cenk. And that's all Olayemi said, right? I guess Ana felt burned by Olayemi's clip just because she's able to put it in a way that's viral. She's able to but she wasn't trying to destroy the Young Turks. Nobody on here was. These are all friends of TYT, former friends of TYT, I guess. TYT's attacked them now, so it's hard to say. So is somebody saying Jun1per? Yeah, I know. Well, I don't even know. Am I blocked?
Walk with a certain kind of energy, because I am I'm a sensitive gangster. I don't want you talking about me and blah 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 either, and fucking with me in a certain way. I don't like that kind of drama. So when they have gone on different tangents on propaganda and saying things like that, I've handled them so nicely, which is a thing they have recognized, and they've said, if you've seen my interview with them on Abolition TYT, they said as much. Ana literally explicitly said I was the only person that was nice to them, that handled them in a productive way. So that was why, and their audience had been requesting that they have somebody who was an abolitionist come on, and I was requested by popular demand. So they asked me on there based on how I've extended myself before, and everybody knows, and it was well known, that I was disrespected on that interview by Cenk. Everybody saw it. Everybody commented on it. I know it. I felt it. I kept it cute. You know what I mean? I took his little, with our private conversation. I won't say.
Interesting. So look, this is tea that would not have been spilled, excepting for the fact that Ana and Cenk have been coming after Olayemi for days now, right? My guess is that Ana boomered out on the word cook. Look, and the other thing is, Ana cooked herself. Ana did it to herself, right? This wasn't and if you read Ana's tweet back, it sounds like Olayemi was encouraging. So everybody, let's cook Ana. Olayemi's cutting the carrots into the Ana stew, right? Meow, which is a strong with a strong German accent, but authentic. Meow, meow. I'm trying to imagine how that sounds with a strong German accent. Yeah, very good guess, Yosiel. Very good guess.
say anything. I blah 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 blah, and I've continued like that. And again, even when she made those comments, about
So this was a prison abolition debate, and Cenk was very rude to Olayemi.
when she
Natalie Marie.
He came out saying, "Oh, don't call me a birthing person," and all those things. What I did was, and everybody and their mama was dragging her, but I have no interest in dragging Ana as a person. I have no investment in making Ana feel bad or anything like that. If I address something, it's only going to be because of I think the comments are harmful. And so remember, I made a video that did well. That I didn't say anything about Ana Kasparian. I never even acknowledged a tweet. I only talked about the substance of those arguments about why that's steeped in transphobia, because it is a made up argument meant to deflect and meant to vilify a community, and that is why it is harmful. And the reason why I say that is because it is. Period. Point blank. That's the only reason. That's the only reason why it's worthwhile addressing to me. I would never go. I didn't quote tweet it. I didn't say nothing about it. No one that follows me would know there's an Ana thing going on. I didn't acknowledge it, but I am on a show with other people. We talk about things or whatever. The comments come up because, again, we're all in the same kind of internet space. Your comments are viral and they are harmful, and so we address it. And again, I still kept it cute because, in my opinion, and I think has been demonstrated to us through all of this, is that they know. It's not just that people keep saying, "Oh, that video that I posted when I disviewed her shows how she contradicts her earlier opinion," but it's more than that. It shows a previous recognition of exactly what she's doing. It's a tactic. It's not an opinion. She knows exactly. She knows what the language is. She knows what the arguments is. She knows that this is a tactic used by the right in order to vilify already marginalized communities, and that is very harmful, and she is doing it intentionally.
Okay, so do you see what Olayemi's saying here? Do you see what Olayemi's saying? We're talking about intention here. We're talking about like Ana's intentionality in this situation, right? So some of Ana's defenders, the ones that aren't approving of Ana's transphobia, are saying, look, Ana just doesn't understand. Ana's missing the point. Ana, this is a misunderstanding. Don't attack Ana, right? Olayemi is shooting that excuse out of the sky. Out of the sky, right?
Doing it. This is the most transparent display of trying to grift and ingratiate oneself to the right I've ever seen. And I knew that then. Let me be clear. I am a person. I'm not, and I go out of my way to not mince words generally, but I did. I minced. I don't feel like it's worthwhile for me to address the Ana thing, the argument, whatever. Yeah, so I was very nice about it. If y'all watched that last episode, I was like, she's beautiful. I like Ana. She was nice to me. And when I did, I gave her the little nimble gymnastics. Anybody who follows me knows when I have a problem with somebody, you'll know. Eric Adams is nowhere confused about what my position is on him. You see what I'm saying? But so for me, let me say this. It's absurd to me when.
Wait, I'm trying to remember. Is Eric Adams the Red State guy?
Picture it. It's Easter Sunday, 1:30 in the morning. I am in my. I swear to God, y'all. I'm sitting here. I literally sat down, had just lit a blunt. I was about to dig into my sandwich. Saw the little Angel Reese thing, so I made a little video, cracking my little joke about the haters.
So this is the origin of the blow up between when Amina attacked Olayemi the first time, right? This is the video that Olayemi made about Reese Winners, and that got Ana to jump in there and say, oh, you don't like haters? Well, what about haters that encourage people to cook their friends? And Olayemi's like, what are you talking about, Ana? What are you talking about? And then Ana shows that clip of Olayemi saying that Ana is presenting herself to Twitter and saying, cook me, please cook me, right? Right. So this is Olayemi establishing the fact that Ana knew what she was doing. This was not unintentional. This was not accidental, right? This was a very intentional thing. Ana is trying to get on the right, on the center. Ana knows that this stuff is harmful to trans people and does not care, right? And for all we know, Ana's along, that Bill Maher thing, and you're gonna see this in the video that I've got coming up for you soon, right? Bill Maher basically says that trans people expect too much. Bill Maher's like, not transphobic, but trans people expect too much. Apparently Ana agrees. So video had nothing to do with Ana. Ana managed to make it about herself. Ana was so mad. She was sitting on that clip looking for a chance to jump on it, right? But Olayemi's not trying to do drama, even with Ana doing all this BS, right? Olayemi is not trying to start drama. Everybody, addressed this in a very, she said, she keeps putting it in this way, she kept it cute, right? Everybody on here is keeping it cute. They don't want to burn the bridge. They don't want to destroy Ana. They don't want to cook Ana. Ana's cooking herself.
And then here comes Ana Kasparian.
What's up, Cyberspace Not?
And I said, so she said.
Oh, by the way, YouTube chat, I see you. Even though you're being kind of quiet. Hey, what's up, Ubafly? Even though you're being kind of quiet today, right? I see that you are approaching, what is it, like 30? We're at 27 likes right now. Can we get 30? I'm sure we can get 30 in very short time. If you haven't hit like on YouTube already, go ahead and hit that. And if you're on Twitch, give my Twitter thread some love, if you will.
Says to me, "Oh, Olay," and it's already not the right tone. You know what I mean? And sometimes I'm like, "Oh, Olay, this feels like we going off somewhere, or we veering off somewhere."
Thank you.
So she says,
Nessera.
"Oh, Olay, you mean like the kind of haters who demand that people cook their friends?"
Eric Adams, the mayor of New York. Thank you, Ubafly.
I swear to y'all, honest to God,
I swear to God, when it comes to New York, my mind's always like 2 or 3 years behind. I never recognize when New York's got a new mayor. But that's Eric Adams.
I had no idea what the fuck this woman was talking about. I was flabbergasted. I was like, what is, I swear to God.
Wait, Eric Adams is New York's top vegan cop?
I text last, like, is this an inside joke? I thought there was a leftist inside. I was like, cook quotation.
I can 100% push for that. Yeah.
Yes.
I was,
Yes,
I, when I saw that, I was like, oh no, what's about to happen? Oh no.
I text Lance.
Violence. She's choosing violence.
People
Oh,
have to
no.
understand. People have to understand that the episode of Leftist Mafia where we discussed her tweet was weeks ago. Weeks ago. And all of a sudden,
Yeah, Ana literally sat on that clip for 2 weeks.
this past Sunday night, Monday morning, Ana is going after Ole.
Yeah. And so I see this. I literally sent it to Lance, who's out like walking Chico, like, so it can't even answer me in time. I'm like, Lance, is this like an inside joke, or is she coming for me about something? Like, what's going on? So I post a single, y'all.
Oh my God,
I post a single question mark, and there's a reason for that.
We're 1 away from 30 likes on YouTube.
Because I have made it very clear. Anybody who's following me, y'all know this. You don't gotta like me, but I'm transparent. I made it clear. If you fuck with me, I'm gonna give it back to you tenfold. That's the only way I know how to move. I like to leave people alone. I tell people, leave me alone. Don't start me. If you're nice to me, I'm the nicest bear you could ever have. I'm on your team. I will leave you alone, but don't fuck with me. And I don't want to give you that kind of energy. I respect mental health, right? Because for me, there's a line, and once you cross over it, it's just a pit of fire. There's no degree of harm. Once you cross the line, I consider that consent. Consent for me to act a fool, right? Like, let's see what's up. So I instead of that question mark. That question mark was the opportunity for me to clarify what's going on here. So then she posts this clip, and I watch it, and I'm like, wow, this is really transparent. Like, I like normally things like you would think something like that would upset you, but how I felt, something has never been clearer to me, that this woman wanted to trend at the top of the week so that people could tune into TYT. Because the only time I ever see it come up, TYT, is when they start and engineer some bullshit on the timeline, and then someone posts a clip later of them pretending to casually address it in the show, like by happenstance for attention. And I'm like, oh, this woman really is looking to like start some shit with me on Easter Sunday on a clip where, one, I'm right. That's one. Let me start there. I'm correct, ma'am. Like, I'm like, two, I didn't ask your friends to cook you, and you know that, because again, this is engineered. I don't think this is about her ever truly having been offended by me, because she was clearly offended by Binder's ass. His ass got blocked immediately. I think this is a deliberate. I think this is a strategic choice, and I don't even think it's about Ana herself as an individual being racist.
Wait.
Let's really quick introduce.
Okay, so you see what she's saying? This was strategic. TYT has been doing drama. I've noticed this, right? I've noticed like Cenk, it seems like purposely engineering dog piles on himself, like sometimes with the right wing in the past, and more and more often with the left, to get attention, to get drama, to get people to watch the show. So that's what Ole's saying. That's what she's saying, that that Matt got blocked but she kept Olay unblocked to be able to do that back and forth and to get attention, right? Since Olay was in the clip, you know, I mean, not purposefully lighting her up, but expressing frustration at what Anna's doing.
Yes,
everyone's favorite New York Times reporter, Jun1per.
we have an actual reporter from the New York Times.
Real.
Jun1per here, an absolute and utter legend.
Jun1per. Thank you. Hi. Thank you for inviting me on.
Oh, oh my word! I don't think people understand how there is.
Wait, do people know? Like, okay, wait, is this right? Jun1per, is this a meme? Is Jun1per a reporter for the New York Times? Is that right? Anybody know?
Isn't another?
By the way, did I YouTube? You hit 30 likes. YouTube has hit 30 likes already. Twitch, we're looking for. Let me just say 8 more subs from you, right, to get this going.
Powerful ass troll who destroys the right wing. Like
we're gonna try to hit these. Goals, right?
You do like, and your powers. May I never be.
Because we need to make me no longer a random small streamer chick. Now I can just be like a random streamer chick, right? We're trying to get me to out of the random zone. We're trying to get me into the big zone, into the people care about me zone, into the people notice what I'm saying zone, because I feel like I'm saying some good things now. I feel like I've got some important things to contribute. You can make that happen. You can make that happen by hitting like on YouTube. You can make that happen by donating gift subs. You can even get people out of the ad break. Have I even talked about the ad break yet? I don't think I've talked about the ad break. Hasan has the top of the hour ad break. You may be familiar with this, right? Every top of the hour, you know, people get sucked out of Hasan's chat and they have to listen to 3 minutes of ads. Ours isn't 3 minutes of ads, but what we do have, I think it's a minute and 30 seconds of ads on the top of the hour and on the bottom of the hour. That's what Twitch makes me do in order to get out of the pre-roll ads, which are a nightmare that you don't even want to hear about how bad the pre-roll ads are, right? So how are you going to get out of that, right? There's several ways. There's several strategies I can suggest to you, depending on your situation. Now, let's say your situation is that you're flush with cash and you've got $5. It is only $5 to pay for your own sub, you know, to be able to get out of that ad break and also support me and also help us get to our goals so the stream can be even longer, because I've got so much content to cover today. And we can get to it all with an extra 3 hours if we unlock that through meeting our sub goals on Twitch, right? So that might be you, right? Or that might not be you. Let's say that you don't have a lot of cash, that your cash is going to things that you really need. Hey, I understand that, and I want you here. I don't want anybody to feel like a free rider. I don't want anybody to feel like less than because they don't have a gift sub, because they don't have a Persona 2 icon by their name. Oh my God, Nikki Bex, thank you so much for the gift sub to Holy City 2012. Yeah, so you're getting ahead of me there, Nikki Bex. You're like one step ahead, one step beyond here, right? So if you have an Amazon Prime, you can link that up to your Twitch and you can get a free sub out of that. So in other words, like basically you're covered. If you've got Amazon Prime and haven't donated your sub to somebody this month, you are covered. You can use that Amazon Prime sub and it's just the same as any other sub. Oh my God, what is going on? Is YouTube fighting back? Nugnesera with the €3. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for those €3. Yeah, so we got YouTube chat is striking back. We got a little bit of a competition going on here. So we're at 2 out of, it says 10, but like let's say 9. Let's say if we get 9, then we unlock the second half of the show. Right, so the third way is what Nikki Bex just beat me to. Nikki Bex, you're so fast. You're so fast, I can't keep up with you. Nikki Bex has donated a gift sub, right? Probably to somebody that was chatting, probably to somebody that said something amazing, and you know, for that reason was targeted for a gift sub, right? So there are people who, out of the goodness of their own heart, will give gift subs. There are people who get gift subs from other people and want to pass that on by donating a gift sub to somebody else. They want to pay it forward. They want to pay forward that goodwill. And, you know, that's how they do it. If you want to be the recipient of one of those gift subs and get out of that ad break that I'm talking about, that comes up, yeah, at the top and the bottom of every hour, right? Then you just be your awesome self in chat. And just, oh my God, Pephog Enthusiast. Pephog Enthusiast, you just got a gift sub from Buffy. And that's probably because you made a contribution in chat, right? So yeah, some nice person will see you, they'll notice you. You might get one anyway, but your chance, what I'm saying is you increase your odds the more you chat. So if you're here and you don't have like, you know, the ability to pay for a gift sub, don't worry, somebody's got you covered at some point. Just be your wonderful self. Woody Red, thank you. Oh my god, Hype Train has just started. All right, the Hype Train has just started. Now, I've noticed that some people, you've got 15 minutes to hit the 9 more, so we're going to try to hit 40 by the end of the hour on YouTube, right? A Hype Train has just started up on Twitch, right? This is a good time for you to donate because you'll become part of the Hype Train. I think there's some kind of emotes that you can earn too. There's something good in there. Thank you, Woody Red, for the 202 bits. So if you got bits, if you got subs to donate, now is the time. We got the Hype Train. I know that some people don't like when we go away from the content though, so I'm going to stay with the content today if that's okay. But Hype Train, you are still acknowledged. Buffy Geek, you opened that Hype Train. You are the conductor. So let's get it on, okay? I am the coolest community, or I have the coolest community. Yeah, it's not that I am the coolest community, it's that the cool people come to my chat for whatever reason. They grace me with their amazing usernames and their coolness and their contribution and letting me know when I mess up on something. I appreciate that too. Somebody let me know that my thumbnail was unclear this morning. I appreciate you. I do have a cool community. I do have a cool Discord community as well, so let me go ahead and promote that. God, chat, I'm like, look, I'm so bad at this promotion. I'm trying to balance it though, because I want to keep this, I want to keep the stream interesting for you, right? So we are gonna get back to the content. Just let me grab the Discord link and put that in chat because I want you all to know how to sign up for the Discord, and it's this. If the Discord link is old, there's a new one, there's a fresh one. I'm gonna put it in YouTube chat as well. Thank you for the hype. We got 4 out of 10, really 4 out of 9, right? So we're 5 away from that goal to be able to unlock the second half of this stream today. No shade whether we get it or whether we don't. I love you anyway. It's just a whole balancing act that I have to do. Speaking of which, let's get back to the content. Speaking of balancing acts,
crosshairs. Let may I repeat your time?
CC stands for cool community. Maybe it stands for cool cat or community cat community. Does there need to be 3 C's?
I have never failed. I will say I've never failed against one of my enemies. But thank you. I'm sure you're all very familiar with my New York Times articles.
Right.
Wait, that's a joke, right?
Yeah.
My favorite was the one that broke the big story about going what was it, goblin mode, right?
NCC nice cat community.
Oh yeah, goblin mode. That was like my claim to fame. Yeah. Like a year ago now.
I like how you were able to cover that. Really
oh my god, thank you, Yolkio. Thank you for the 300 bits. I like the hype emotes, yeah.
Impressive story about 5 guys changing.
I don't know much about those hype emotes, right? But maybe you can tell us.
Their name to 5 non-binary people.
Oh yeah.
Hype emotes are cool.
Has gone insane. That was cool. that was important work. That was crucial.
And just so you know, like the reason that I'm not going to the music like I usually do, so because we unlocked a hype train. We'll try to do some Weasel Assembly today. We'll try to do a little bouncy bounce, right? But maybe we'll wait till after the content because I've noticed that some people don't like it when we leave the content, right? You're just getting into it, and I go into Weasel Assembly. You don't like that. I listen. I look at how you respond. I look at when people leave the stream. I look at when people stay in the stream, and I can see that some people don't like us like going away from the content for the hype train. So I'm gonna try to do that in a way. Joke about New York Times. Yeah, it's a joke. I figured.
Thank you.
The New York Times is kind of transphobic in terms of their coverage, so you know that's.
I do my best. But I wanted to say though about this whole birthing person thing, going back to how Ana was waiting to use that clip about Ole. Like she had that clip for like weeks.
Clip.
She was sitting on that clip.
Not a good clip for her
She was
point.
so excited. Yeah.
It's not a good clip for her point. I was like, ma'am, what? This is not a good clip. It's not at all. One, and also it's ridiculous. She would have been better off just from a perspective of strategy. Like if I'm in the Game of Thrones, like if I'm counseling you, Anna, on how to do this next time, she would have been better off posting it as its own thing by itself, like in a reasonable amount of time from when it happened. But come in on a tweet.
You gotta love Olayemi, right? You gotta love Olayemi, right? Ole's saying Olay's giving Ana advice on like, look, you kind of got cooked this time, but if you want to do better next time, here's what you need to do, right? Here's how you need to post that, right?
Where I'm not talking.
This is like sports. This is like sportswomanship, right? I don't know what this is, right? This is like giving advice to your enemies, not to dunk on your enemies, not to make fun of Ana, not to be mean. Olayemi's not mean, right? But this is just like, hey, you know, you want to play the game, you want to do drama with me, you didn't do this well, you didn't do this very well this time. Maybe try again next time and do it a little different. Here's your tip.
Wow, not like I'm talking about something totally fucked.
That's why she's talking about Game of Thrones. Yeah.
Unrelated? You know? In the middle of the night?
No, this is just I mean, this doesn't get to like as bad as this is, you know, having all these Ana Kasparian fans come down on you. Olay is not a hater. Olay is not hating. So Olay is still able to, you know, just kind of through the beef, give some good advice.
It's like, man.
That's some Elon Musk energy. Like, that's Elon Musk.
No, Hasan and the Majority Report are, oh my God. Hasan was on the Majority Report.
Tweeting at 4 a.m. pissed off at the haters.
No, oh God, no.
Oh my God,
oh God, and I truly think like, and I don't even think it's about Ana herself.
Thank you, Zara, for the gift sub to Lynn M. Oh my God, I'm trying to Lynn. We'll just say Lynn. Okay, so we're 4 subs away from unlocking that second half, right? Yeah, Hasan talked to Emma. There's no bad blood between them. I am so confusing with my thumbnails, though, aren't I?
Racist or anything like that in the decision of who she goes after. I think it's about who they are deliberately trying to
I've trained success. Wait, what
the
happened?
Right and the people that they are trying to speak to
Level 2,
and pander to and hope to get to like, and clearly in the pivot that they're obviously trying to make. I think those people want a black woman fed to them, right? And that's a handbook. We see it all the time, right? People love to go after black women online.
You see what she's talking about? This is true. This is true. Like, now this isn't like, you know, this isn't like, not everybody's consciously trying to do this, right? But you notice that hate sticks to black women better than it sticks to other people, right? People are more reticent to defend a black woman than they are to defend somebody like Ana, even when Ana's, you know, obviously doing messed up stuff, right? This is part of what Olayemi was talking about. This is part of what Olay was talking about, right? With the fact that she was a little frustrated that people are so willing to cook her, people are so willing to throw her in the fire, you know, to feed her to their fandoms, to the drama frogs, but people are still, you know, kind of defending Ana, and that, you know, that was kind of David Doel and some other people that were on the thing. Now at this point though, nobody's doing that. David Doel has clarified his position. Hasan has weighed in. Like people understand what's going on. People are not with Ana, right? And definitely nobody on here is you know, defending Ana at this point.
Unfortunately, you picked the wrong black woman. I'm particularly, I don't give a fuck. And that's something.
I mean, in my opinion, she picked the right black woman because it can help us all. Yeah.
Yeah, like honestly, I'm like, no, truly. So, you know, I respond, and so I reply to her. Reasonably, and when it became incredibly clear to me that this is not about us. We are being
Yosiel, I'm not going to pause for too long, but yeah, I think you're on the right track here.
Use this pawns, you know, for engagement, and also she's speaking past us because she quote tweets me with some.
Wait, is his name Doel? It's pronounced Doel. Thank you for the correction, Sam Kane. It's actually David Doel. I was just mispronouncing it because I don't know how to pronounce things.
Unrelated fucking shit. Back to trying to argue her stupid ass fucking point, talking about LOL, I'm a woman, I want to apologize. Who asked you to apologize? I don't give a fuck about what you think, like, at all. I didn't choose these topics. If this was my show.
So what Olay's pointing out is that Ana is the one who woke up and chose violence, right? Ana wanted this drama. TYT is manufacturing drama to get views because they've fallen off.
Talk about this. Notice, even though she came after me, every single leftist commentator has made a video on this. Olayemi ain't made none. I ain't made none because I don't even want to give you the impression. I think this bullshit is what I be talking. I don't give a fuck what Ana thinks. What I do, if I'm going to do an episode, it'll be about the substance of.
I'm going to grab some food for myself. Let me.
With these bullshit straw man arguments that you know is nonsense, and she fucking knows that, and I think that's what's so destructive and harmful. And for you to be like, oh Ella, I'm a woman, blah 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 blah, and on this soapbox about how you had it harder.
Right? Yeah. I mean,
me too. I'm a woman. What are you talking about? I'm a cis woman too. I'm a black. What are you talking about? Ain't nobody talking talking to you about that. Like, but I was like, she's clearly trying to start this shit up back with them. And I'm like, here's the thing. And it's so crazy when she did that, I was like, I truly, on honest to God, my mind was like, this is such a bad choice of strategy. Like if I'm just thinking of who to fuck with, you know, like certain people, like logically, you like them, don't like them, just mind your business. I was like, ma'am, I'm gonna shoot you on this timeline right now. Like I'm going to. Like you guys, I'm going to. And it didn't even have to be like this. I didn't even have to be like this, Miss Mamas. It did not have to be.
No, that's the thing. Like they took it as if it was a personal attack, and like it's sort of really selfish to look at it that way. But not even. No, like I don't care. Like listen, I know you guys are friends with them. I don't have a problem with them. I've never had any shit with them, but I don't have a relationship with them. So you know, I don't really, you know, I've never felt I need to like pull back or anything. But like, it wasn't even about that. It wasn't about TYT. It wasn't about Ana or Cenk. If anyone had said this, it would have been the same reaction from me, and I do think you guys too, where it wasn't about the individual. It's about what she said, and we have an audience. I don't know about
though, right?
What?
It depends. I think it does matter who says it. I think it's because it's someone from a prominent platform that is a progressive platform. Mm-hmm. The fact that she is the one saying it, I think, like,
David,
let's say
if you had made that tweet,
let's say Steven Crowder said it,
I would
it would be like a Tuesday.
I would DM you right away. I would say like David Doel. Just by the way, just so you know, like this is not it. You know, but I would DM you right away. If it went on for a while until it became a culture war thing, at that point I would be like the same thing I did here.
All right,
I love you, David. I love all the shit you think, but this one is the wrong.
Why my video on this is showing more disappointment than anything else, because I know Anna's better than this. There's a video of her explaining this a year ago.
But it's not about. It's really. I really don't think it is about who they are, though. I know that's people feel that way, but it's
so that is again to drive home the point that that Ana knows this, right? Ana isn't mixed up. Ana isn't confused. Ana understands the argument, the trans rights argument, and she disagrees with it, right? Just like Bill Maher, she's saying, I don't know, I think trans people are expecting a little too much. Ana fell off so bad, yeah.
It's not, because
and she knew what she was doing too. So like, yeah, anybody that's defending her out of ignorance, it was like, just, you know, Anna's a boomer, she doesn't understand it. No, this isn't because Anna's a boomer. Ana knew exactly what she was doing. You had to go AFK for a bit. Is Bender on the right side? Yes, Bender is on the right side. Bender is on the right side. There's so many people trying to create drama. The trans men community, it's, oh God. The wrong target. Yeah, exactly. That's who Ana was attacking, right? That, like, trans guys and non-binary people that should be covered when we're talking about reproductive rights, right? And Anna's just like, no, screw them. I want to erase them because it makes me uncomfortable to hear birthing person or person with a uterus or a person who menstruates. All that stuff makes me really uncomfortable. It's icky and I don't want it. And like screw trans guys, screw non-binary people. You know, that applies to. I want them to continue to use women as a euphemism for biological women. And that's really Ana going to the dark side right over there. You see what I'm saying? And that's me going to the dark side by hitting the wrong pause button.
End of the day, we weren't asked to you know, it came up on this show weeks ago because someone asked us.
Yeah, right, Buffy. Basically, all trans people were harmed by this BS. Where are we as far as likes?
About it. In fact, I think quite a few people asked us about it, and they weren't necessarily asking. Yeah, it mattered
33.
Who it was, I guess.
We're looking for 7
right-winger,
likes.
I guess they would have expected it. But the point of the matter was, her words specifically attacked a group of people.
Okay, so can we get 7 likes by the bottom of the hour, right? We got 30 minutes to hit those 7 likes on YouTube. If you haven't liked on YouTube already, you can be a hero right now.
I don't know about you guys. I assume so based on us being on this show together.
David and Mike look like they were betrayed big time. Okay, so just some background on that, right? David actually kind of defended Ana. Like a little bit. Like, I don't want to overstate it. It wasn't like David was defending what Ana was saying, but David defended Ana as a person. David wanted to think that this is not who Ana was. This is not what Ana meant. You know, it was like a Grimes talking to Elon, put your phone down. This is not who you are, right? It was one of those kind of movements, right? Oh yeah, if you want to give us a like on if you want to jump over there and give us a like on YouTube, that would be very helpful. So right, David, has reason to feel betrayed because David actually put himself out there, right, in saying that I don't think this is who Ana is. It turns out this is who Ana is. So David kind of got betrayed there in a pretty big way, right? Also, Mike did criticize Ana, did disagree with Ana publicly on Twitter, but was doing it so from a place of love, right? Emma Vigeland, is another person who really got kind of, backstabbed by this. Why is Mike mad though? Mike's not like, wait, are you getting that Mike's mad? Oh yeah, you see now, yeah, Mike is, so like, Mike is, Mike got kind of screwed over, right? Mike even reached out to Ana behind the scenes to try to see if maybe, is this a misunderstanding? Is there something that's not like I like you, Ana, but I also care about trans people and I cannot compromise that, right? But I want to think that this is not what you mean. I want to think that this is a misunderstanding. I want to think that maybe somebody got you wrong. If there's any way that I can make this better, if there's any way I can bring you in, Ana, Mike's reaching out, right? So yeah, a lot of these people got betrayed. Matt said he doesn't really have a relationship with Ana in the first place. Obviously, Olayemi, got thrown under the bus. Olayemi was the target of a lot of this drama. I don't know about Jun1per. Lance never wanted to have a fight with the Young Turks. You know Lance, right? You could make criticisms about Lance, but one of the criticisms you cannot make is that Lance is a bomb thrower. Lance is trying to start drama. Lance is unforgiving, right? That's not who Lance is. Lance is very forgiving. Lance is very understanding. Lance is very much wanting to reach out. Lance wants to be friends with everybody, right? That's who he is, right? So this criticism of Lance, that he's smug and he's like, I'm better than the Young Turks, that's not what he was doing at all. That's not Lance, okay? I've had my disagreements with Lance in the past, but I will defend Lance on this issue because they're mischaracterizing the crap out of Lance, right? I don't know about Illuminati's, if Illuminati knew TYT or not. I can't really speak to that. Ana wants a bigger audience and she's throwing trans people under the bus to get it. Exactly, Jules, exactly.
Together. I know my personal live stream, I have a large audience of trans people and they felt hurt and attacked by someone who they perceive to be, somewhere in the realm of their politics, going after them so hard out of the blue like that.
Yeah,
I think the onus was on me, I felt.
Sorry, this isn't any one of these. This isn't any of these people like clout chasing Ana, right? Because that's the accusation that's going to be made on the contrary, right? That they're clout chasing Ana. They're trying to start a drama. They're trying to, light her up. They're trying to cook her for clout. That's not what's happening. Ana is trying to cook trans people for clout. Ana is using the hate following that trans people have in order to expand her audience in a really disturbing direction.
Not to say, oh, I know Ana she's got this long history. At that point, to me, it did not fucking matter. At this point, to me, once people are saying that, like, this is ridiculous, we're really hurt, like, this is, like, we didn't just, like, have to say, hey, this is not cool, and she apologized. She's, like, doubling down. The whole show is doubling down.
That was the real
Cenk
issue.
is doubling down.
Tripling, quadrupling down.
I don't want to say the whole show is doubling down, right? Because there is some disagreement amongst the ranks, right? I don't think that, people like Ravana and Ben Carollo, Bleep Blop Ben, I don't think that either of them are on board with this crap, right? But yeah, I mean, there comes a time when you got to make a choice, right? As far as it's just making it really hard for them because people like Ben Glebe in the past used Benny C as like a fig leaf, right? And I can't imagine that she appreciates that, right? So it's really tough for them.
That's when I said we don't need to do this. We don't need to do the whole, oh, Ana's got this history, because it didn't matter at that point. Because the people being attacked...
Shakespeare says, tell Ana this isn't Hansel and Gretel. Thomas says, maybe Ana got possessed by Rush Limbaugh's ghost. Sarcasm. Ana can't go back to Queens. I have to wonder if Ana... Oh, hey, what's up, Cryptid Mage? What's up, City of Doors? What's up, Rebel Communique? I feel like I'm so late in greeting everybody. I have to wonder if Ana doesn't realize that we are all focusing on her like this, in part because some of us had higher hopes for her. I think she just doesn't care. It's the feeling that I get. sad though. Yeah, Francisca and Hasan participated with Emma on the snarky commentary RE birthing person on MR. Wait, did they talk about that? I was told that Hasan did not get into that with Emma. I'm not sure if that's correct. Hasan has spoken about this specifically. Hasan has a lot of thoughts, and that's like the main feature that we're gonna get to after this.
Trans people wanted to hear what we felt about it. Without the stuff about Anna's good, Anna's great. It didn't matter at that point to me. I mean, and that's why I said what I said that day when I said, hey, everyone's got to calm down about the whole, everything's great before this, because it didn't matter.
Let's not
part of the problem. Yeah, so I guess from my perspective, so I've been engaged in politics for quite a while. I'm 27 right now, but I've been getting involved like online politics, really politics, since I was like 14, 15. So in the 2012 election is actually when I first started to watch TYT. I was like a kid. So for me, this is really disappointing because they were kind of formative in my early politics. I would watch them, not religiously, but I would watch them a lot. And I mean, it's been a couple years since I have watched them. I would say I've far moved.
I gotta say, I really like Francesca. Let's see. Like, yeah, that's why I really want to open up. Really want to unlock this second half of the show. We are only 4 subs from there. Only 4 subs from getting to the second half of the show because there's so much content to get to today.
Beyond. Like,
and we got like an hour to get there, so let's make this happen.
Progressive politics that they still occupy, but for me, and I know a lot of other people who probably grew up with them and seeing them double down on this issue, and I think we've seen with the whole Rick Caruso thing, people didn't go as hard on them as that, but they've been kind of faltering here and there, and I think this.
So Rick Caruso is, I don't know if he's officially a Republican, but he's a very conservative mayoral candidate for Los Angeles. Does anyone know, did Rick Caruso get elected? Regardless, Cenk and I think Ana supported Rick Caruso, right? So there's a bad take that Jun1per's talking about that happened before any of this already. We had some, inkling that there was something bad going on with TYT in terms of Cenk's comments about the unhoused, in terms of Anna's comments about like getting tough on crime, and also in terms of supporting that conservative mayoral candidate for Los Angeles. I like Francesca more and more, especially now. I really like Francesca. Francesca's really cool. Anna's turning homeless people into a homogenous sludge. Oh my god. Yeah, they really are like, attacking some of the most vulnerable people out there when you talk about, people who are under the crosshairs of the right wing right now. They're trying to cut SNAP, they're trying to cut Medicaid, and obviously in Missouri, we had some ridiculous stuff go down with the Attorney General. They straight up, I'm gonna say it, like, it's more nuanced than this officially, but I feel like it's a ban on trans healthcare. Hopefully we'll have time to get into that.
Kind of culture war moment kind of culminated in a backlash against them, and for good reason, because they would double down. They would get the retweets from Ben Shapiro. Matt Walsh would quote tweet them positively. And yeah, so like all the stuff, it's like
all the worst.
We're trying to help you. Yeah, we're trying to like correct you, not aggressively. And that's why I was maybe kind of kind to them in my replies and quote tweets, because like I grew up with watching these people. I mean, it was very disappointing. Yeah.
I think the reason, two things, like why it's so harmful or what the problem is for me. One of Binder's fans articulated really well in your stream last night, Binder, when he said I was like ignorant. He was like politically ignorant. I did not know like anything or whatever. He was like, there was a point.
Yeah, right, Thomas. They're equating the unhoused to crime. Basically, they're looking at the unhoused as being like perpetrators rather than being victims of late stage capitalism.
Like years ago, where I was really ignorant, and I found TYT, and I rely on them or whatever as these to educate me. And I know that then he was like, if I had heard this stuff at that particular point in time in my life, this birthing person stuff, I would have ate it up. And that's what infuriates me, is that there are people, believe it or not, there are people that the average person is a consumer. That's just true. They do not have the time. That's the point of turning to experts or having commentators or people that you listen to or that you trust so that you can rely on what they're saying, because you don't have the time and the ability to go and research everything or do a deep dive on everything. And so they trust you and they will take you at face value. So if somebody's coming and they're presenting this straw man argument, you know, they're gonna trust it. And I think that's the thing that is frustrating here, is that the issue is not about nobody, absolutely nobody is saying that Ana Kasparian or any other cis woman cannot say they're a woman. That is a fake, made up argument by the right, period. Just to deflect and to vilify.
Yes. It's a ghost problem. It's not a real thing.
And it's what it is. It's a straw man. And the problem is they know that.
Yeah, they absolutely know that. So it is a like Olayemi saying, this is a fake issue, and it's not just a fake issue or a ghost issue like Lance was saying. It's also a wedge issue, right? When you do this crap with like they are trying to take the name woman away from me, what you're doing is you're putting a wedge in between feminists and trans people. And contrary to what TERFs would have you believe, you know, real feminists support trans people, right? They want us to fight. They want trans people to regard feminists as enemies. They want feminists to regard trans people as enemies, but it's not really like that. It's fake news that they're trying to manufacture this drama. They're trying to split us up with a wedge issue, right? That gets like, you know, well, you gotta support trans people or you gotta support women. Which is it, right? And if they can divide you up into like, you know, who has a priority for trans people, who has a priority for feminism, then that makes it easy for them to conquer. So Ana and Cenk literally helping the right wing with their divide and conquer strategy.
They know that explicitly on record. They know that, and that's the problem. That's the one there. And the second part I want to say is this: it's not about making a declaration to be a trans ally or to be the best or the number one trans ally on my part, right?
Leftist purity or virtue signaling shit like
every single time that I have ever gone viral for being a trans ally or defending the trans community, it's because I'm surrounded by the most violent fucking transphobia. There's nothing else for a reasonable person to say. There's nothing else for a reasonable person to say. Every time it's happened on Rising, it's just like, I'm fucking, my mind blown. I'm like, I can't believe what's happening here. Like, I'm literally just, what is this, you know, transphobic check mark? That's all it is. You know what I mean? It's like, you would be ridiculous. There's no way. There's nobody in there's no one in this space. There's no one that's paying attention that is not aware that the trans community is under constant attack. That's just true. And let me tell you something. I am a black woman. I'm a black woman online who is an abolitionist, who's a public defender, who's all these things, criticizing the police, blah, 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 blah. Trust and believe that everybody talks about me like a dog all the time. And I can honestly tell you that there is no time they talk crazier to me.
I wanted to point something out, right? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that Olay, here, let's make sure of this. I think she just said, I'm a abolitionist, I'm a public defender. Let's take a look here. Miss Olurin here on Twitter. If you want to follow, here, let me grab this for you. If you want to follow Olay on Twitter, I will give you Olay's link. Yeah, that's right. I didn't want to say this without movement lawyer. So she was saying, I'm a public defender, right? A public defender as an attorney, right? So that's her background. Political commentator, subscriber to Olurinaughtii. Oh, okay, that's the YouTube and the Substack, right? Is Olurinaughtii. So there's a YouTube too. There's a Substack as well. Let me give you the Twitter for now. I'm gonna put it in Twitch, and I'm gonna put it in YouTube, so you can go give Olayemi some love. But yeah, I just wanted to check on that. That's what she said. I thought that was what she said. Yeah, she's apparently got a background as a public defender.
more violence, more this, more everybody jump on you than when I so much is I'm perceived as defending the trans community. So imagine, imagine,
yes, I can vouch for this. I got all the privileges, motherfuckers. I got them all. I can stack them up. Holy shit, cis, white, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, and when I do like trans rights or human rights, yeah, you need to be raped. Blah blah blah. You're like, what the fuck? What? This is what happens to me with all that privilege, with all these stacks. Oh my god, what is it like to be a trans person? Like
so
just online, right?
So it would be fundamentally dishonest. Period. It's not even about being a good person. It's not about being an ally. It's about being aware, not being a goddamn liar. It would be dishonest to act as though I am unaware of the level of the plight of the trans community and why it is fucked up for you to enable this bullshit right-wing stuff, because that's what they want to do. They want the people, the consumer who's not paying attention, to believe that the trans community is out here being ridiculous and trying to rain down hell on them and make their life tedious and all this nonsense. That's what they want, and people eat that foolishness up. People are looking for any reason to not get along with any kind of change and with growth and all this and blah 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 blah. And so that's the reason that makes it worth addressing. And as far as this and all the continued, like Blair said earlier, all the continued stuff they've been doing, all the other things coming out, jumping with the left-wing extremists, all yada 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 yada. I believe all that is a deflection to deflect. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Jen keeps bringing up the whole Latinx thing. Who's bringing that up? What are you talking about?
What is
the Latinx?
If he is acting in good faith, there is zero chance he actually watched Emma's video. There's zero chance he actually watched our discussion. We gave so many caveats. We were so kind, and for him to act like we're calling them names, like get the fuck out of here.
I watched today, you know, because at first I didn't see, you know, when they were saying all things, I was seeing people tweeting it at us. So when I like seeing what was going on when they first started coming at us on the show, but I was out getting drinks, so I had to look at that later. But I watched today. I was watching Demon Mama cover it, and I just want to say this: there is and I, you know, it's been true. And I really deeply have felt this in my spirit from the time that they interviewed me. But again, I kept it cute. I don't know who Cenk and Ana.
Okay, so yeah, Demon Mama and Bosch have both had takes on this. And as you might guess, their takes weren't bad. Does Illuminaughtii ever talk? Blair might talk a little bit less. Blair will talk eventually, right? Thomas, this makes sense. In Germany, we know this police state, Social Democrats, sadly well. Maybe you're not on the left. Just a sock dim cost. Oh, about Ana, yeah. Well, no, Ana never claimed to be a leftist. Like that's, you know, they never made the jump. Bender didn't used to be a leftist. When I talked to Bender was definitely defending FDR. You know, despite right, it's a complicated issue because do we want people's material conditions to be ameliorated, like in the New Deal? Yeah, but we also want that for more than just white people. And FDR didn't extend it to more than just white people. And also, we got to understand when somebody like FDR does a reform to capitalism in order to save capitalism and see that as different than somebody who's fundamentally trying to put us on a course to undermine the leverage, because that's the difference, right? That's the difference between a politician who's real. That's a difference between a politician who might even be a little bit revolutionary and one who is just trying to, you know, make capitalism more efficient, make capitalism more, you know, better, make it a kinder, gentler capitalism like FDR, right? FDR just saved capitalism, right? Didn't bring about any socialism. And if you put me back in the 1930s and I got FDR and Herbert Hoover, I'm gonna vote for FDR, okay? No doubt about it, right? But I'm not gonna get on board with the idea that FDR is this great savior of working people, because he's not. He's just doing what he needs to do in order to keep capitalism viable, right? And it's great when we can push people like FDR to the left like that. Anyway, I'm totally getting on a tangent. This is a stun lock, is what they call it. Blair often provides structure. Yeah, I like Blair. What's up, Soul Vigilante? Reconstructing the power within the same ranks. Exactly. So yeah, what are we coming up on? Look, I want us to get to 9 subs here. Like it says 10 subs, but honestly, you only need 9 subs because somebody gave a sub before I even started this goal. But if we can get that, then we can unlock the second half of this show, and I will go for 6 hours instead of 3 hours. And I think some people out there want that. So if you can help us along with some gift subs or Amazon Primes, they count just the same. We need to get 4 more points in order to unlock the second half of the show. YouTube, where are we on as far as likes?
Believe that they are, but they are not my king and queen. They are not the king and the queen of the left. And let me say this.
We're 6 away from 40. We're trying to hit 40. Let's try to hit 40 by 2 o'clock.
Neither arena.
Sorry, 2 o'clock my time. That might be 5 o'clock your time.
Are you the king or the queen? This desire to disregard. Okay, so fuck the organizers, fuck the activists, fuck everybody that you get. Anybody who is not saying what you say, and the whole left is extremists and radicals, right? Fuck
Even their friends.
No, they're right. So fuck us on that level. So you're telling them they're not hard. But check this out. No, this is an important point. No, because no one's saying it. No. Let me
oh my God!
No, let me say this, because no one's saying this shit, because everybody has been letting them get away with this whole track record shit for too long. Let me say this. Y'all are not nobody's organizers. You're not nobody's activists. You're not MLK or Barack Obama. You're not none of these people, right? You are not none of that. And you have declared to us that you fuck this whole organizer, activist, or whatever on the ground space, right? Because you're more interested in polls, right? All you want to talk about is win. Let me
oh my God, Anon, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Looks like Krista, Secret Chief, Pollen Cakes, Phlox, you all got gift subs. Asked and answered. Damn, Anon. Thank you so much. So we're gonna do 6 hours today. That's unlocked.
Mind you, you ain't never been a fucking elected, and you've ran. You've got blown out of the fucking water. So I don't know who you believe you are to condescend anybody about anything. It is absurd. It is absolutely the height of arrogance. It is ridiculous. I don't know who you be talking to. I'm unsure, because ain't none of us nobody's elected office. Y'all ain't, so I don't know all of this need to try to pivot there to disregard. You don't want to hear it from the academic.
Oh my God, thank you, Skywise. Thank you for the resub. 4 months for you. Thank you.
You don't want to hear from the scholars. You don't want to hear from the lawyers. You don't want to hear from the journalists. You don't want to hear from the commentators. You don't want to hear from the organizers. You don't want to fuck all of them, because it's about the polls. You don't do well there, Cenk. So
oh my God.
I think this also just shows like this whole current arc. It really shows how out of touch.
God, I'm so distracting. We're gonna do 6 hours today. We're gonna go the full 6 hours. Thank you so much, Anon, for making it happen for us, making it rain weasels. And after this, we'll do a little weasel assembly, right? I just don't want to take us away from the content. And I know some people got frustrated in the past by having to go to weasel in the middle of content. We'll wait till the end of this. We'll do the weasel, and then we'll do Hasan. I'll do Hasan. No, wait, what am I saying, chat? I'm not saying I'm gonna do Hasan. That would be like presumptuous of me. I don't know why I'm saying this, chat. I don't know why I'm saying we're gonna cover Hasan. That's right, Polly People with 10 months. Thank you, Polly. Good to see you. How are you doing? Is it morning? Did you just wake up, Polly? Because I woke up super late. I don't know if you heard about this, but I spent all night last night getting trashed on Bud Light with Dylan Mulvaney. Me and Dylan, we were just pounding the Bud Lights. We were pounding the Bud Lights. We were smashing them on our heads, as trans girls do. Trans girls drink Bud Light. That's right. I shouldn't mention the name.
A lot of the left, not even just the online left, a lot of like the on the ground left.
Polly
people talk about like, oh, you're just terminating.
Go follow Polly. If you don't know about Polly People, go follow Polly and find out about Polly.
Yeah, terminally online.
Not too long ago, I know you did, because you were there too. Polly was there too. That's right. Oh my God, that's how wasted that me and Dylan Mulvaney got. Is we were so wasted that I don't even remember that Polly was there, but Polly was absolutely there. We were all there in person, drinking, pounding those Bud Lights, destroying that 24, 48 pack of Bud Lights.
All these things. It's like, if you actually go like talk to people,
and Hasan was there too, that
are organizing in real life, they will believe. I mean, they believe a lot of these things. It's TYT and Cenk and Ana that are out of touch.
Well, right. I said yesterday on my live stream that sometimes watching TYT, you feel like you're in a time warp into 2008. Honestly.
Oh my God.
I mean, the crazy thing is, like, this is especially
shots fired.
Cenk here. I'm not sure if Anna's been doing this, but he keeps going on and on about the Latinx thing and all these sorts of like, leftist sort of.
Look, we let Hasan in. Polly and I let Hasan in. We weren't gonna let Hasan in but Hasan has been doing good lately, right? Hasan apologized to Jax. Still messed up thing for Hasan to say, you know, making fun of Jax like that. Hasan also has said some really good things about trans people. Hasan has made some really good points, has put together some clips to maybe even convince the transphobe in your life not to be a transphobe anymore. Hasan's been doing good work, and we want to give him that proper respect when he's doing good stuff. Obviously, I don't agree with everything that Hasan says. Obviously, I've got some, you know, major disagreements with that, but compared to Ana and Cenk, compared to Vosh and Xander Hall, I will take Hasan.
Of phrases and wording and really like the minutia of online leftism. But like, if you really think about it, this whole thing started because Ana Kasparian experienced, allegedly, but let's just say she experienced a microaggression. Someone dared to call her a birthing person. It felt
like a macro.
Which
that's macro. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's right. Ana was out jogging, right? Ana was out jogging, and some unhoused person came up and said, "Hey there, birthing person. Trans rights. You're a birthing person." Because that's how trans people are. That's how unhoused people are, right? These are the enemies that TYT. Did you ever think you would see a day where the number one and number two enemies of TYT were not like Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro or Sargon or whoever? We're talking about trans people and unhoused people, right? We're talking about Ana Kasparian wanting to get tough on crime. We're talking about Cenk Uygur like making weird disparaging remarks about unhoused people, right? That's what we're dealing with. That's the reality. So when they say, I feel like they got stuck in a 2008 time capsule, I agree. It does feel like that. And Ana replied saying, "I'm gonna turn you into Soylent Green." Wait, she did? Oh yeah, probably. Yelling trans rights at normies in the streets. That's a real trans agenda. That's what we do. After our long nights of pounding Bud Light with Polly People, Dylan Mulvaney, and Hasan Piker, Hank Pecker, to those of you in the know, right? We like to go out and disturb Ana by calling her a birthing person. That's what trans people. Yeah, and then the street jerkers come by too. Yeah, came for Cenk's milk bottle. Oh my god.
Babe, you get what I'm saying, Lance. Anyway, like this whole thing.
Matt, I've said this before. I'm more than a walking prostate. I'm not a sentient prostate. Fuck this shit. Okay? I'm more than a.
People keep on calling Lance like an insemination machine, and I really feel like that's a microaggression, right? That's the problem with the trans community, right? They're just always paring people down to their biological essentials, right? Calling Ana a birthing person, calling Lance the inseminator, TM. What's up, Demods Not? I feel like I mispronounced your name. That makes you cool. Welcome to the stream. Smartest man in the world, also welcome. For anybody who I haven't welcomed yet, welcome to the stream. How are we doing on YouTube?
Are we keeping those likes coming in? You can't call me that. I'm a biological male. I demand.
We're far away.
Like what Ana experienced, if she says she has, a normal person would have just said to the individual in wherever they were, a doctor's office, whatever.
This was different from the time that Ana was biking in the park and an unhoused person. This was different. This was a different time. Yeah, correct, Soul Vigilante. When he fails, it's very disappointing. Wait, what are we talking about? Genuinely think Hasan is 90% there. Yeah, like, look, we'll take what we can get, okay? We'll take what we can get. Hasan, has some sus takes from time to time, and I call him out on those, and that's just how we roll. I don't essentialize Hasan. I don't look at Hasan as a bad take machine or a good take machine. I don't look at Hank Pecker as an insemination machine or anything like that. I don't look at Lance as an insemination machine. I try to take everybody every day, as they come. Now TYT has burned their bridges, right? TYT, there's just no coming back. Trans people will not trust TYT now. But there's some hope for Hasan, and you're gonna see in a second, because you unlocked the second half. You're gonna see just exactly what I'm talking about. Hasan has done some self-reflection, and I gotta say, I'm impressed. I'm surprised. I did not see this coming. After the week we'd have of Hasan going after Jax over, you know, weird saying sussy stuff about Jax's hairline. I did not see this coming, but Hasan has turned a Hasan negativity week on the part of NCC into a Hasan positivity week. So Hasan, notice. This is what gets you in my mouth in a good way. Oh my God, why do I keep on doing this, chat? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I promise I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it in my mouth in a good way. I'm sorry. I just say sexual things. I don't really mean to. It's like a problem that I have. Everyone is going to make some bad takes, but there is a capacity to communicate criticism, learn, and build for a better... Yeah, canceled. There we go. Canceled. He's just always trying to find his way into my mouth. That's what we're talking about. Okay, anyway, enough of that silliness. Let's get back to the content.
Hey, could you just refer to me as a woman or this?
Yeah, like I was saying, we got 30 minutes. We need 4 likes on YouTube. Let's hit that goal. Let's get it up to 40.
And that'd be the end of it. How many people, like, who goes online?
Okay, not all trans women, but I definitely fit under that rubric, Snyderman.
And makes a whole political stance after experience.
Let's remember that asexual people are valid.
Seeing something like that in real life.
We also don't know the story. We don't know what motivated this, which is also frustrating.
Shout out to my Arrow/Ace community in chat.
Well, the story doesn't exist, and here's the reality, okay? Because I think ultimately this is where a lot of this frustration comes from them. And I admit, unlike Jun1per or June, sorry, I didn't grow up watching TYT. I've never really looked at their content because to me they were too rage baity. So that's always been my personal stance. I did not find them personally educational. But the reality here, when you look at businesses, because this is what I do look at, just because you're the first to do something doesn't mean you're the best at it and doesn't mean you will maintain that high quality standard.
So people were asking before, does Illuminaughtii ever talk? Yes, this is Illuminaughtii talking. You can't really tell because of the VTuber. The VTuber's, you know, doesn't have a mouth to move, but this is Blair from Illuminaughtii talking, and indeed, Blair's content is a lot of times looking at companies, looking at corporations that are a little bit sus.
And I think they believe truly in their hearts of hearts, because they were one of the first to create a more unified kind of left-leaning show in the internet space, that therefore that qualifies them as the best. And they're not, thank you, and they can't handle it anymore. They go, what do you mean we're 42? Not the best? What do you mean, you peasants?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying not to stop the content, but that's the meaning of life, right? Is there any non-copyrighted thing from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy I can play? Does anybody know? There's like the Dolphin song, right? But that's probably copyrighted.
Dare to disagree with us. We made you. And I think that's horrifying behavior. And it absolutely shows ego and greed are the core of this problem. It has nothing to do with what Matt said, with what Olay said, with what Lance said, with what Mike said, with what David said, what anybody said. It's how dare you disrespect me off of a story that, like David said, we don't even know if it's real.
And you know what's crazy? First of all, I didn't even know Lance has ever been on TYT until yesterday. I've never seen Lance on there. I don't even know.
Yeah. There's too many TYT shows. It's hard to keep track of.
I don't know. I like these ideas.
I don't even see Lance here. I mean, it just doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned.
I have no idea what nobody.
This is the new conspiracy that we're looking at.
I have no idea what nobody's
Lance even exist
is or anything like that or whatever. But this idea that TYT made whomever, blah blah blah, foolishness, right? Nonsense. But it certainly in this case, I'm like, sweetie, like, hold on, like this is powerful. Like this is crazy. I
mean, I was gonna say, sorry, just look at the reaction to like this backlash where Ana was like, oh yeah, we're never gonna to collaborate with any other leftists ever again. It's like we're trying to help you. You're hurting yourself. Like
honestly,
this is a self-inflicted gun wound. Come on.
When I heard that, honestly, I thought maybe that's for the best, because their track record in platforming people isn't all that good. I mean, literally, we deal with Dave Rubin, Jimmy Dore, Michael Tracy, a bunch of smaller guys I've seen. I mean, you know, and this has been my feeling about this well before any of this happened, but at some point you have to wonder.
Bender hitting them where it hurts. This is all true. This is all true. Is anyone trans on this panel? Jun1per. You see bottom left, the icon, right? Everybody else is like a VTuber or a camera, but Jun1per is, I believe, trans. Yeah, just Jun1per.
What's going on that all these right wingers and
look, here's the thing. Okay, wait, let me undo this Briska. I mean, it's true. NCC did nothing wrong, but you know. Anyway, that what was the question? Is that transphobic Daily Wire Fox News story they ran? Is that wait? Are you talking about TYTV? TYT did run a story. It was about like a swimmer that said that she. What's the story? We don't know for real. Did I miss something? Oh my god, I went away. What's up, Normus? Good to see you. I'm sorry, Gnormus? How come I always mispronounce your name? Life, the universe, and the meaning of everything. That's what we need. That's what we need in chat. Yeah, we got to 42. That's amazing. Let's see if we can... Wait, could we hit 50 by the end of the hour? I feel like we... yeah, because of 42. Because of 42. Lance is an AI, says Brandy. What's the story? We don't know if it's real. Oh, if Lance is real? Yeah, just Jun1per, exactly. Oh my god, I'm so... Polly, I'm all over the map today. Look, chat, I gotta admit, though. I was feeling rough when I got up this morning. I did not want to come to stream. I was feeling tough. I was feeling hungover. Like, those Bud Lights will do it to you, especially when you smash them on your forehead. My forehead kind of hurts, right? Yeah, Dylan and I were smashing, like, we were smashing them together. Like, you know, I get one on my... We were doing the unicorn, like joust, right, where we smash the Bud Lights together. Like, I've got one on my head, Dylan Mulvaney's got one on her head, and we smash them together, right? And it really it kind of hurts. It's very much a wholesome trans femme activity to do the unicorn Bud Light smash. Mildly concussed NCC, but I'm starting to get into my groove, right? So wait, this is what I was gonna say. We heard Olayemi say that she watched Demon Mama. Now, right? Now that's cool, because like, I mean, Demon Mama's take on this was good, I think. I'm pretty sure that Demon Mama's take was good, and Vosh's take was good, right? Vosh and Demon Mama have their problems, but on issues like this, you know, they had the right take, right? But you gotta understand, there's kind of a race between content creators like myself, like Polly, like our whole crew, right? And content creators like Vosh and Demon Mama and Xanderhall, and they've got a massive advantage. It's a lot easier to see Demon Mama pop up on your feed than it is to see NCC pop up on your feed. But you can change that. You have the power to change that just by hitting like on YouTube. You know, just by helping us reach our sub goals and spreading the word, and especially boosting that tweet. You see right up there, there's a tweet. And let me get it again if people need it, right? This is my tweet. This is the tweet for the stream. This is what we're blasting off with. There's ways that you can intervene. There's ways that you can force cool people like Olayemi to see me and Polly and Cryptid Mage and Nabil and Zara and so many others. Oh my god. I'm gonna like forget. This is why I don't like to give shoutouts, because I'll invariably not think of people to give shoutouts to. It's Sexy Lexi deserves a shout out, right? Vitingale deserves a shout out. Miss Anita Bump deserves a shout out. There's so many people that I need to give shout outs to, right? But we got to get to these people first, right? I feel like Olayemi is cool as fuck. We've already talked to Bender. I've talked to Lance in the past, and you know, obviously, you know what's getting in the way of like me and Lance, you know, being more copacetic with each other, and that's Vosh, right? Lance is sort of, so they got to Lance first. There's a good example. Like, Lance seems pretty good, right? You know, you see Lance on here, he's got the good takes. Most of the time, he's got the good takes. There have been one or two things that Lance has done that I was not cool with, right? But for the most part, like, I'll take Lance any day over, you know, one of these Clout Network people, right? I'll take Lance massively over like a TYT, you know, affiliated person, right? But we got to get to these people first, right? And so we already got a little bit of like scare there from the fact that Olayemi was watching Demon Mama, right? Why was Olayemi not watching NCC? Well, you can change that. You can make that better. Lance is a male anglerfish, sticking himself to Vosh. Right. Well, I mean, look, we got to pull Lance out of the Clout Network. I believe that we can do it. I believe that we can do it. I believe that you have the power. It's all you. It's not me. Like, understand that even though I'm up here, I'm saying this stuff. I'm you know, trying to pay attention to all the content. Right. The power is in your hand. The power is in your hand to click like. The power is in your hand to like these posts on Twitter and to spread the word. This is a tanky channel, is it? Oh, that's right, because I'm a fake tanky. I forgot about that. Look, it will be a tanky channel for one night, and that's when I cosplay Colonel Nanuchka, because I'm pretty sure Colonel Nanuchka is a literal colonel in the USSR Army, right? The USS Army, if you will, right? And so for one night, I'll be a tanky. I'll be a commie babe for your enjoyment, but look, we're a leftist unity channel. How about that? Is that never heard of a tanky? It's hard for me to say, right? Because tanky doesn't mean anything anymore. Tanky reactionaries, right? Tanky doesn't mean it. You see the people that are getting called tankies by Vosh and his network? It doesn't take much. Like, all you gotta do is embarrass Vosh once and you're a tanky, right? So I don't know what that means, right? I don't know what that means. I don't support reactionary shit, though. If you're looking for reactionary, if reactionary is the word you're looking for, definitely against that. But we're also for communists. We want a classless, moneyless society in somewhere in the future. Maybe not during our lifetimes, but sometime, right, in the future. That'd be great. So I don't know if that makes me a tanky. I guess whatever, right? Vosh dumbasses call me a reactionary. That's how broken they think I'm a tanky. I unironically get called a tanky. Anyway, back to the content. Sorry to edge you for so long. How are we doing? Oh wait, no, that's not the content. Oh, 44. We're looking for 6 more likes on YouTube if we can get that. We're looking for 6 more likes, and then I gotta find the... Wait, is this... No? This one. Yeah, that one.
Contrarians and classical liberals are using TYT as a stepping stone and becoming these huge figures and then immediately jumping full board on the right-wing grift. I mean, there's some disconnect going there where this has not happened once, this has not happened twice, this has happened 3 major times.
100%. And you know what's so bizarre about this is at least people who have done that entire arc, at least Dave Rubin can be like, I did it for the money. Yeah, they weren't paying me enough. That's why I did this. That's why I sold out. At least then you have a fucking reason. This is like, what? For birthing person?
YouTube chat is cool with getting edged.
This is the cross. This is the mountain. This
Tanky used to be people who oppose. Yeah, right. Tanky had a meaning. Tanky had a meaning back in the day, but I feel like the Radlibs have destroyed that meaning. I feel like that's the way they make themselves feel better about being Radlibs, is by calling everybody else a tanky.
This is the thing that's like, hey, I drew a line, all right? I was for trans rights, and then all of a sudden this happened, and no, you went...
I love you, Globbits, but be careful about saying people's names, because it might cause them to appear.
Insane. I draw a fucking line in the sand here.
I don't even think this is about, the funny thing is, I don't even think this is about the issue or anything like that, right?
Look, let me just tell you, let me hip you to a certain phenomenon, okay? Let me hip you to a certain phenomenon, all right? The sussier the baka, right? The sussier the baka, the more likely the baka is using Chatterino. Do you know what Chatterino is? Chatterino is a tool that allows people to see when their names are mentioned. So the more sus the person you're talking about, the more likely that saying their name in chat is going to actually get their attention. And we don't want their attention, right? When they're relevant, we'll cover them. When they're relevant, we'll talk about them, right? But not until then, right? We don't want to give them any free press. But I'm totally with you on that, Clovitz, as far as the person that the first person to call me a fake tanky.
It is pivoted into the right or ingratiating itself with the right, but I think it's something other than that. I think what this really is about them as people and individuals feeling their cultural, their relevancy slipping away. It honestly, nothing has ever screamed more based on everything they've said. I listen to the tirades. I hear it. This whole attitude of how dare you challenge me, what we've done, blah 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 blah. They see the tides changing. You know what I mean? They see the tides changing. They have made it very clear. And it's
no worry, Globitz. You're great.
the reality. You know, you're not gonna be the youngest.
Let me tell you a little story, okay? Once upon the time, I used to talk about the Bacchus all the time. Anytime the Bacchus did anything, they could count on the fact that I would mention their name in stream. And I think they kind of liked it. And a couple of my mods got wise to this, got wise to what was happening. And not only did they block the names of the main sussy Bacchus, right? The main sussy Bacchus got their names blocked so nobody could say them in chat, but they also got me to stop saying their names. So thank you, mods. You know who you are. Your contribution is appreciated, especially when you change my mind about something and you turn out to be right. I appreciate that massively appreciate that.
Most progressive thing in the space or whatever forever. That's not true. And also, you should evolve with the times if that is so concerning to you. You know what I mean? If you want to continue to be that voice, you need to learn from those people. You need to educate yourself or whatever it is. But it just feels to me that they see other people or the change in what is the conversations as a threat. And that's what I think this is. I think you see them lashing out at other people. Because if you see it even down to like how they responded to Emma. I saw that. I'm like, God damn,
That's
Emma
what blew me away.
I mean, like, Emma was openly like, I love y'all. Like,
okay, so has anybody ever seen what's it called? It's called the War of the Worlds, right? Have you seen the old War of the Worlds? The is it Orson Welles? H.G. Wells? No, it's not H.G. Wells. It's gotta be Orson. All right, so in War of the Worlds, when the aliens like land and they start coming forward with their ships, there's like a preacher, and that preacher is like, listen, the word of God is what we need now, and I will reach out to the aliens with the word of God, and like certainly the aliens will be like, oh, you're godly people, then I guess we won't blow you up. And the preacher walks out there with his Bible, is like, the love of Jesus, the love, you know what I mean? And you know what happens to him? The guy gets disintegrated. That's what like I don't think Emma's disintegrated, but that's kind of what Emma was walking into. Emma was trying to be like, listen, like we're all on the same side in this. Like, can we please understand? Like, I care about you. You're friends of mine. I don't want to hurt you, but you're hurting yourself, and you're hurting the left, and you're hurting trans people. Could you please stop? Right? And like that's what Emma got. Emma got blown. You know, Jink was. You know, Jink had chosen violence that day. Jink was not going to come down off of his ledge. Did that happen in Mars Attacks? Yo, I feel like Mars Attacks was even worse. Like the aliens, don't the aliens eat you in Mars Attacks? I can't remember. Which movies the aliens eat you, which movies the aliens turn you into like some kind of a battery, and which movies the aliens just disintegrate you. I think that did the Mars Attacks people just disintegrate you? They do that horrible ack sound.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
She used to work there, right? I think she used to.
Yeah.
She's like it's, you know, people compare TYT to Majority Report a lot because there is that sort of relationship there. But I mean, you know, Majority Report, and I say this because I'm biased.
Was it not Orson Welles? Who was it? What's up, Wooden Spoon? Mars Attacks, they disintegrate you. Yeah, sometimes they put your head on a dog. Oh yeah, I forgot about the head on the dog. Which ones probe you? South Park aliens probe you. H.G. Wells. It wasn't Orson Welles? H.G. Wells was War of the Worlds? Okay, I got it mixed up then.
Obviously. But the track record there, Sam Cedar, Michael Brooks, Jamie Peck, Brandon Sutton, me on a lesser extent, and we take and you throw Emma Vigeland, Matt Leck. I mean, there's no denying that, you know,
is it pronounced Leck?
The people who work there are legit. And then you look,
the movie is Orson Welles.
Okay, with TYT's put out.
Oh wait, so seriously, the book was H.G. Wells, but the movie was Orson Welles?
Right.
And I'm gonna bring those three people up again, because how does that happen?
It's pronounced Leck.
How do you hire three people who end up being two?
Radio show, that's right, the radio show, and then there was a movie too.
Three of the biggest right-wing grifters ever. How does that happen?
Like, can I just say also, it's so frustrating because, like, I've been part of TYT's network for 6 years now.
I didn't even know that.
And Cenk has reached out to me before when I mentioned this last time we talked, when he felt like I misrepresented Wolfpack. And, you know, I was a little bit defensive, but what I did was...
sorry, that wasn't Jun1per, that was Mike Figueredo. Yeah, I did know that.
I took the L. I brought on one of the people at Wolfpack so that way I can correct the record, because sometimes you just have to put ego aside for the greater good. Like, I didn't want to harm Wolfpack. I support that movement. I have supported that movement. I've donated to that movement. And so the fact that, like, when I try to do the same to him, and he doesn't address me specifically.
The first War of the Worlds movie was George Powell. Oh yeah, there was a second one too with oh my god, was it Tom Cruise?
But the response is essentially, oh, well, look at Lance and his 12 Twitter friends. It's like, we're not just like randos on Twitter. Like, we are people who are coming at this from a position of good.
Breaking news from V. A Florida Senate committee has unanimously passed a bill that would give the unaliving penalty to those who commit CSA. Well, no, I don't. It's Florida, right? So one wonders what a crime against children of that nature would be considered, right? So we know that Florida's DeSantis, right? DeSantis is the don't say gay person. He regards mentioning, like, you know, a teacher mentioning their same-sex spouse to be some kind of grooming against kids. So that death penalty, unaliving penalty, god damn, I'm trying to stay good, YouTube, I'm trying to be good. That unaliving penalty, it could get applied to people that didn't do anything wrong. It bears repeating, this is very, very bad thing when it's coming alongside the push to define being trans or sometimes queer in a presence of, yeah, exactly, V. We see what they're doing, right? Yo, can I get a Polly was right? Can I get some Polly, do you have a Polly was right? Like, I think I have an NCC was right emote. Do we have any Polly was right emotes, or do we just have to type it out? Polly was right. Polly was right. Polly was more right than I think anybody could have predicted. Polly does not want to be right, but Polly was right nonetheless. Loserbox. Where are you, Loserbox? Yeah, you do need that, Polly. You absolutely need that, and you know, people need to start saying that you were on top of this. You know, you were talking about this before almost anybody was talking about it, right? Yeah, so this, along with what happened in Missouri, basically, Missouri was trying to pass a law, something about you can't transition if you're depressed. And it was almost like, you know, they're gonna make you prove that you're not depressed, right? So like, yeah, right, you know, so like one of the things that might help you if you're depressed and you're trans is to transition, but you can't do that anymore. You gotta cure your depression. Not exactly an easy thing before you could get treatment. And I'm trying to remember what it was. It was some ridiculous stipulations on this, right? You had to, you had to be like, you know, diagnosed with gender dysphoria for like 3 years. They also wrote in the concept of social contagion. So like the social contagion is something you could be diagnosed with. So if you've got a doctor that is anti-trans, unbeknownst to you, you could be diagnosed with social contagion. That keeps you from getting treatment, right? Now, these were the laws in the Missouri House and in the Missouri Senate. They had laws on the works, right? That all, forget about it. Forget about it, because the Attorney General made a decree, and on April 27th, it's basically going to be illegal to transition. Like, there's a little bit more nuance to it than that, right? They didn't officially say it is illegal to transition, but they made it impossible. So if I'm being real, that's a de facto ban of trans healthcare in the state of Missouri. So gross. Yeah, Florida, Missouri, we're looking at you. The cool trick is, if you somehow cure your depression, then your dysphoria isn't bad enough anymore. No. Yeah, you're probably right, Polly. But like, forget about all that, right? Because they were thinking of 2 really bad bills, and the Attorney General was like, hold my beer. And it wasn't Bud Light. It was woke. It was anti-woke beer. Hold my anti-woke beer. It wasn't the kind of beer that Polly and me were drinking last night. This was a much worse brew. This is a very crappy beer, right? Like, America's famous for our crappy beers. Other countries know Americans by our crappy beers. We have terrible beers. Other countries, good beers, us not so much, right? But this was even worse. They found a way to take American beer and make it crappier somehow. And that's what the Attorney General was drinking when he said to the Senate and to the House in Missouri, "Hold my beer." So depressing.
Faith just trying to get you to stop fucking this up because you.
Yeah, right, scientist, but Polly's being hyperbolic, right? Polly's being hyperbolic, right? Like, they even came after Vosh for this stuff. And I'm no friend of Vosh's, right? But Vosh was not being hysterical about the plight of trans people, right? That's one of the things I probably agree with him on, right? So yeah, the Destiny people even came after Vosh, like claiming that he was some kind of left-wing terrorist or something. Like, look, there's a lot of things you can say about Vosh, and I have said them. I've said most of them, but that's not one of them.
You know better, and like you're giving, like, there's no reason. Yeah, and listen to trans people, but I mean, there's no reason for this to keep happening. Like, you're basically just giving the right a gift. Like, if you, like, almost all of us have been in some article, and it's all a liberal meltdown. Me and Fox.
As a depressed Missourian, trying to live in Missouri and not be depressed, it's pronounced misery. It's not. Oh wait, yeah, technically, isn't there a thing where Missouri people correct non-Missouri people and say it's actually Missouri? That's how it's pronounced. But misery is another pronunciation that I just learned from Wooden Spoon in YouTube chat. Here's an L for you, Lonerbox, says Sam Kane. Polly was right, says V. In Florida, teaching a child how to read would probably be considered a crime. Exactly, right? Basically like Putin or Uganda's anti-gay laws. Yeah, so Canada, you talked about like letting trans people come in and live there as refugees. We might need to take you up on that. I hope you were serious, Canada. I hope you were serious. B says it bears repeating. This is a very, very bad thing. Yeah, exactly. Coming along, when it's coming along, it's very worrying.
News. Me and Lance in what is that? The
Daily Mail.
Daily Mail. David Pakman and Ole.
I was Twitter user. That was me. I'm Twitter user in the story of the Daily Mail. We're the woke cancel culture mafia. Apparently,
but also
it's official now. It's in print, Mike. It's in print. You know, it's legal.
I don't know. Should we welcome Lance? Like we are the woke cancel culture mafia. We were that before any of these people were part of it. I guess welcome, Lance. I'm glad you're seeing things our way.
We're famous. Yeah. No, I said David Pakman, but David Doel, my brother, I'm sorry, and Ole, and it's like
never confuse me again.
No, you know, it's so insane because it's like when you see us quoted in these articles, like they literally quote the tweet where it's like, "I respect you a lot, but then they refer to it as this pitchfork mob because the hallmark of these pitchfork.
Wait, only rural weirdos say Missouri?
Pitchfork mobs is them stopping before they burn the person at the stake to say, you know, I really respect you, but I'm gonna have to do this.
Yeah. That's right, Gatsby. Crap beer.
Like, it's just, they know what they're doing. Like, they're giving the right a gift, and it's so frustrating because they're usually supposed to be the ones who don't.
Oh my god, thank you, Kira Safira. Crystal Safira. War of the Worlds, 1953, Gene Barry and Anne Robinson. That was the movie. Okay, what's up, Postcob? It also bars people with... Oh, yeah, good point. That was the second part of the law that I forgot to mention. Yeah, bars people with autism from transitioning until they... Oh, no. We got some autism speaks mixed right into the law, right? Until they have resolved their autism, until you have cured your autism, which basically... only chuds believe is possible, right? They're only quacks like look to cure autism. That's not a real thing, right? But that does the law really say until they've resolved it? That is so free. 4 more likes in YouTube chat if we can get it before 1 minute. We got 1 minute to get 4 likes. Did we get all the juice already? I don't know. Hopefully we got some juice left in the tank. Do we have any juice left? Anybody can give us a like on YouTube. Get us to 40 by 2 o'clock. We're trying to meet this goal. We're setting arbitrary goals for ourselves and trying to meet them just because we like the challenge. That's what kind of warriors we are. That's what kind of phantom thieves we are. We are the leftists. We are the social justice warriors that your parents warned you about, right? We're going for 50. We're going for 50. Did I say 40? I meant 50. We're going for 50. Can we get those 50 likes? How many are we missing? 47. We need 3 more. We need 3 more really fast. I think it's lists autism among disqualifying conditions and stipulates that the mental health condition. Oh, 48. 2 more. 2 more. We need 2 more likes on YouTube. Anybody on YouTube, can you help us out? Can you be the hero? Can you come back from lurking and really quickly just hit that button, because it would mean the world to me. It would mean the world to all of us. Autism can't be cured. It literally has never happened. Yeah, it's a wild thing that they say. It's a welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream, Wolf Glenn. One more. We're looking for 1 more. Can we get it in time? This is just like Temptation Stairway, where Ina's trying to get to the Grand Runas, and she's got a limited amount of time to get the Turan, and make it up to the stairway.
Do that. Like, for years they haven't done that, so that's why for me, like, I feel like from all of us, they should know us better, right?
Sweethearts.
Yeah. 51, we did it. Give yourself a pat on the back, YouTube. Like, look, I was dogging you at first, right? And it's just because I love you. It's just because I'm tough, but I'm fair, right? I'm a tough coach, but I'm a fair coach. And you did it. You surprised me. Like, I thought, like, wow, this is the day that Twitch is gonna kick YouTube's ass and reassert themselves, but maybe not so. YouTube's making a strong showing today.
Kind of, it's gonna take y'all a while to come to terms with the fact that this shit is deliberate. it's gonna take a while. Everybody that's caught up, baby.
Yeah, the narrative that it should be cured is deeply ableist. So we're talking about Autism Speaks is the main culprit behind this. It's an organization that sounds to a lot of people like, oh, this is a autism charity. Let me give to that. No. Don't give to them. Don't give to them. Don't support them. Don't listen to them. They are anti-autistic people. Like, they are a hate group against autistic people, right? That's what Autism Speaks is. And those are the main proponents of this supposed cure that has never happened and would never happen. And also, like, you know, can we talk a little bit about the medical model of disability versus the social model of disability? The medical model, you know, wants to fix people. The social model wants to meet people where they're at and help people and make society in a way that's not just for abled people, right? Asperger's is not a thing. It's just autism. The myth perpetuated by the same people who say that high functioning and low function, that there's like high functioning and low functioning autism. Also narrative that it should be cured. Yeah.
Like, it's so frustrating because they fucking know, baby.
I feel like you're right because
sweetheart.
It does feel like half
you are
the show.
partially right.
Damn.
Yeah,
it does feel like half this show is struggling and half this show is just like.
The moment I saw the Ben Shapiro retweet, when I saw the Carrie Lake, oh wow, broken clock, I was like, and she didn't delete, she didn't correct. I'm like, okay, there is a part of her that is like on that brain worms, that turf route that like J.K. Rowling took, that
we're talking about Anna here.
Reinhand took, like all these ghouls.
The worst people in the world like what you're saying. Is that not enough? Like, if all the people who loved me, if every single one of you who I respect and love was like, Lance, this ain't it, and all the worst human beings, the worst ghouls ever, Matt fucking Walsh, if I saw Matt Walsh, I would be like, oh, ew, what have I done? This is terrible. I had the wrong take. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I was so wrong. But all of them, Ben Shapiro, like...
And even if the intent wasn't there,
high functioning, in other words, good at masking.
That should make you recognize, hey, clearly this is taken away. I didn't mean it to be taken. And if you still double down, then
the police can prove this, like, beyond a reasonable doubt, baby. First degree intent. The intent is there. The intent is there. Like, the intent is simply there. Like, the thing is, I don't know yet. If they were a true bigot, right? Like, let me tell you my problem is too. Like, J.K. Rowling is a true bigot. Like, J.K. Rowling is a true transphobe. Like, J.K. Rowling feels that. Yes. If y'all put up on the stake right now, girl, we will burn you with the stake if you don't down.
If you are willing to throw your life and your legacy away for this shit, if you're willing to just be like, I lose everything, like, look at Graham Linehan. If you're willing to be like, I lost my kids, my family because of trans penis took this from me. No, it didn't. No one wants to be around these people. You are all obsessed. This is disgusting. I can tell why your wife would leave you. Like, I wouldn't want to be in a relationship with you if someone else was like, I'm obsessed with this. I need to police these people. What the fuck is wrong with you? This is a weird, sick sexual obsession, you know?
It's not normal. I've never met anyone like this in real life. I've never
Like
met
I
anyone.
It's not a true. It's not a. It's simply a grift. Like that's the thing that makes it much more like fucked up. Is you know better. You know exactly what you're doing, but you made an executive decision that some interest of yours, some other interest, is worth doing something you know is as harmful as exposing a marginalized community to danger and continued attacks and rhetoric or whatever. That's more fucked up to me. That's exceptionally fucked. Because at the end of the day, you know they know. We know they know. The proof is there. I showed it to you.
That's why I call them. I say that they're clout chasing trans people, right? They're clout chasing trans people. Like, right? They'll call, they'll call you clout chasers for calling them out. Say that you're trying to make a name for yourself by criticizing TYT, even though TYT does nothing wrong. Even though these are just common sense things, and that like Jink is a trans ally, he just wants to protect us. Whatever kind of nonsense they bring to you, right? This is not true. This is them clout chasing trans people by attacking us. We didn't attack the Young Turks. The Young Turks attacked us.
I also want to mention.
Sorry.
I gotta mention this because let's just pretend for a second that they were right. That this is birthing people is a thing that's being said on the left.
Wait, there's a subreddit called TERF is a fetish? I've never heard of this. Autism especially is something that you should avoid. Oh yeah, if you get a diagnosis for it, they'll use it against you. Yeah, opens you up to discrimination. Just very specific part of it. Good point, Tiffany. Because surprise, surprise, autistic people tended to not just go along with it like everyone else was. Way of sorting out which people to, oh my god, in eugenics, which people to unalive and who they thought they could indoctrinate. Yeah, I wish I could get support for a diagnosis for whatever, but I have whatever I have going on, but I'm wary of the conservatorship laws. Oh my god, that is a scary word to NCC. NCC does not want to hear about. No, I'm sorry. I'm not like telling you not to say it. I'm just like, if you know like some NCC lore, you might know why. Like somebody out there tried to Britney Spears me. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. Somebody out there tried to Britney Spears my ass.
And whatever. The left has no power. There are things that I've seen people say that are on the left that I don't agree with, like their left-wing positions or whatever the hell it is. But I'm not going to go after them. I'm not, because we have no power. They have no power. Why am I going to spend my energy going after people who may have an opinion I don't agree with or say something that is a little off in my opinion? Why am I going to spend any energy at all addressing that when we have no power? It's just a complete waste of energy. There's no reason to do it. There's no even if like something like defund the police that I don't agree with. Are we close to defunding the police? Like, is this a thing that's? Are we close to getting? Are we close to abolishing prisons? No.
So wait, V, was Apartheid Anime Girl involved in that?
Why are you going to spend any energy at all about trying to address abolishing or getting angry at abolishing prison people?
Your messaging,
like, it's not a thing that you have.
Oh my god. Society sees disability as inspiro porn, and we don't want that. And if we don't want that, we are rejected. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's why we gotta spread the word about like looking at disability in a different way. You gotta stop thinking about there's something wrong with disabled people and start to talk about how there's something wrong with society. People are disabled. And if society does not take that into account, if society is made for people who aren't disabled, that's a problem. That's society failing its people, right? This is the social model of disability as opposed to the medical model of disability.
To worry about.
Because they believe that they're king and the queen. They're the king and queen of the left. How power is maintained.
If she was involved in that, I don't know about Apartheid Anime Girl trying to get me in a conservatorship. It was I believe it was Mecha Karen.
right? Theoretically, power is maintained by subjugating others. There got to be people underneath you, so they got to lord themselves over the left. How we are the true left, we are the president of the left, and we did not fucking sign off on those opinions. We do not like this new tide of fucking discourse. We didn't appoint these bastards. Like, we don't know who they are to convene and keep pushing this bullshit. We don't fucking like it. We upset. Like, we are the kings and queens of the left. Get down or lay down. That's basically Jake and Ana this week at the entire left at gunpoint. Like, get down.
We made you, and we can destroy you. We have the power to destroy you. How dare all of you? We gave you everything. No, motherfuckers, I was invited onto the power panel because I had a name. Because it was like, oh, I'm already known as Lance from the Serfs. I wasn't on there because it was like, we're trying to promote brand new little baby eggs that no one knows about. This person is so fucking green. No, it was like, hey, this is someone who's established, who's going to add to this. It's called the power panel. It's in the name. The power panel.
Yes. And I, by the way, did not join the network until I had 100,000 subscribers. So it's not like they made any of us. It's not like the Dave Rubin / Jimmy Dore situation where you know them because of TYT. Like, it's not like they made us and now we're turning around and attacking them. Like, we don't want to have this fucking conversation, but we have to. Like, none of us want to call out our own friends and colleagues online.
Let me just say that. I want to, because I see.
Yeah, I want to clarify something, all right? You know, like, this kind of stuff makes me a little bit uncomfortable because I don't think that me having more viewers than another leftist channel means that I'm a better leftist or means that I'm a better commentary creator. I don't feel like I made myself. I feel like chat is the one that made me, right? I feel like you are the ones that made me, right? And, you know, I'm not entitled to your views. I'm not entitled to your support. You know, hopefully, you know, I appreciate it, but like, yeah, I don't really look at it like this, right? And like, I mean, I know what they're trying to say. What they're trying to say is that TYT lording, you know, the kind of bumps that they may have gotten from TYT over them as like a way of saying you're ungrateful. That's wrong. But it's also wrong to imply that like a number by your name is like how good you are as a content creator. I know plenty of smaller content creators that I think do amazing work, and I would never put myself above them. And I realize that it's not about me, it's about you, chat. It's about you.
And I see like, people comment and be like, oh, like, don't, someone said that when I posted the Leftist Mafia tonight, they were like, oh, don't.
There should be a Tai Chi flow points opinion, some mindful movement along. Oh my God, yeah, that's a good idea, Straudel.
Don't call it your friends this time or something. They're not my friends. You didn't hear no these people. What y'all talking about? Like, who the fuck are you talking about? He's a bunch of, how old is Cenk? I'm not even 30 yet. Who y'all talking to? These not my homies. I don't know these people. I don't know them. I've never, you know, I had to catch up. I'm telling you, truly flabbergasted. Like, I was like, I had to watch the commentary on the whole thing to figure out that apparently that, when she tweeted at me the Olay thing, she had apparently been trying to sub me or something on the show, like take some debate me into some reaction there.
Been trying to subtweet Olay, yeah. Wow, I didn't even know about that. See, you only know this if you have like a membership to TYT. That's kind of, well, like, right. You can watch the show live, I think, but if you want to watch the replay, that's on members only. So that, yeah, I mean, I didn't know about this either. So somebody just said, made a really good suggestion for a points reward option, Tai Chi Flow. That's a great idea. I'm gonna give you the Discord link, and I'm going to encourage you to click this link and sign up for our Discord, because we have a stream suggestions tab there. We try to implement as many of them as we can. It's been really busy lately. I gotta admit that there's been a lot going on in there, and I'll try to get to as much of it as I can. I definitely read that maybe more than any other channel on the stream, but yeah, if you want to join our Discord and give suggestions like that, there's the link. So I highly encourage you to, here, I'll give it to YouTube as well. And it continues to be anti-black, and yeah, well, like, what did Olay doesn't think that, you know, Olay's kind of downplaying like the aspect, like, look, okay, so hate sticks to black people easier than it does to white people. Any kind of marginalization you have is going to make it so that hate sticks to you better, right? Olay didn't think that Ana was coming out after her for racist reasons, although there's no way to know that it's not true. But Olay kind of thinks that it's like Ana just wanted drama. Ana just wanted somebody to go, you know, back and forth with, and, you know, somebody to demonize. And yeah, is it easier to demonize a person with, you know, who like misogynoir applies to more than somebody that it doesn't? Absolutely. So yeah, it's kind of weird. Paint the rainbow.
And I didn't go for it, and that was why she came on my tweet. And that's crazy to me, because I'm like, ma'am, I don't watch your show. The fuck you talking about? And I'm like, who you think my friends are? You think my friends watch TYT? Like, who do y'all think I hang out with? Like, man, be real with.
Respect to Michael Schur and Ben Mankiewicz. Wait a minute, Holy City. What? I don't know. I didn't know that. Has Ben Mankiewicz weighed in on this? And there we got Bleep Blop Ben. Let me see if I recognize anybody else from the TYT stuff. Nina Turner, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's some good people still on TYT.
Yourselves, like I've said it a million times. I am in real life. I'm a lawyer. I'm an advocate. I do these things, whatever it is. I organically, the work that I do ended up leading me to have a presence and end up being a commentator. And I learn of people when they learn of me. And I've said that to all y'all.
Oh, paint the rainbow, carry the moon. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. So we got some Tai Chi fans. Who knew? Yo. This is my thing though. Like, right? This is, well, it's not just my thing, but like, right? It's apparently your thing too, chat. I didn't know we'd have any fans in Tai Chi. Sometimes, in order to remember the series of movements that are part of different forms of Tai Chi, there's like a poetic, there's poetic sort of words that go along with that, so that you remember, like, repulse the monkey, offer fruit, right? There's different, like, they're traditional ways of sort of remembering the order of events in a Tai Chi form, and that's what Soul Vigilante is talking about there. Tai Chi and poetry, yeah, they go together really well. Actually, the one I remember this the most from was water form. Water form is a very old form of Tai Chi, and it is complicated compared to the long form and the yang long form and the short form that I learned. The water form was probably the most complicated, but it had a lot of poetry along with it to sort of help you remember salute 7 stars, like there was so much there. There was so much there. I need to go to my Tai Chi class. I haven't gone since COVID. Oh my god. Anyway, we're almost done with this chat. I know you're getting a little restless here. We're gonna switch over to Hasan. Like I said, Hasan has done some self-reflection, and I think it's worth taking a look at here. I think it's really worth taking a look at what Hasan has come up with. He's got some thoughts about transphobia and how to fight it. He's got some thoughts about his own behavior in the past, right? Which he's apparently thought about. And he's got some thoughts about what's going on with his uncle and the rest of the TYT network. So we're going to take a look at that after this. So hold on, that's coming right up.
On this show, I knew Lance when Lance asked me to come on this show. I learned Mike when Mike followed me, whatever I said. That's how I know I learned. Blair has over 1 million followers, and I still didn't know who she was till we came on the show. I don't know nobody. I don't watch nobody's shows. Don't get me in nothing. So I was truly confused. Like, really. So trust and believe, she didn't make nobody around here, son. That ain't no true. I'm not gonna go down my resume, but let's keep it cute, not too much on me. And I want to say this. This is my last point on this. After she came at me directly on the timeline after I disused us, they made sure to keep my name out their mouth after that. Nobody made the mistake of responding. They said, we gonna go off the lines, we gonna throw out these names, but you gonna keep it cute around here. What have we learned? What have we learned here, Miss Ma?
That's right. Afterwards they went after Lance, they went after Emma. They did keep Olayemi's name out of their mouth.
Don't do that no more. Like, so that's fine. That's all I got on that.
Again, I didn't get targeted until I defended Olayemi. That's when all of a sudden people started coming after me. Not until then. Until then, all my commentary, there was no impersonation of Lance. There was no jank doing like, he apparently was like, oh. Oh, I am the one to love this too. My catchphrase, right?
I'll be honest. I thought that was.
I always say, you know.
I thought Cenk's impression of you was ridiculous until literally
amazing.
5 minutes. Until 5 minutes ago, when you went, "Oh, that's actually a macroaggression."
He came for Andy Kindler.
Not a microaggression.
Wait, Jane can't your number. Jane can't your number. I hear it.
Well, and let's be really clear about something, right? Because we're trying to make light of this. We're, having a good goof and a gaff over here. But the reality here of what happened, because I definitely see some comments in multiple of the chats where people referring to this as just petty leftist drama. Let's be clear here, okay, that what the Young Turks did was they made a business decision on how they were going to monetize their faults at the expense of trans folks.
Thank you.
Let's be very fucking clear.
Is it helping them though?
Blair,
I don't think it's helping them.
I
don't think it's benefiting them at all.
So if you don't know who Blair is, this is Illuminati that just spoke up. This is Blair Zahn from Illuminaughtii. Illuminaughtii does a series called The Corporate Casket, where Blair is going in and looking at decisions made by corporations. Some real scammy kind of decisions made by corporations, right? But so Blair, this is Blair's wheelhouse, right? To talk about, common Blair win, exactly, right? Blair's looking at TYT as a corporation making business decisions. Blair's breaking this down as a business decision. And that's the sad thing about it, right? This isn't Ana misunderstanding something. This isn't Cenk being a boomer. Any excuses that people are trying to make for them are just ridiculous. This was a business decision they made to go after these people, to start drama.
That would help.
And to go after trans people.
I really do
But
think
it is a
business.
even if it doesn't benefit you, it's a business decision. Blair's 100% right there. Even if it doesn't benefit you, you're making a conscious choice that will affect your business and audience based on how you are taking a stance on this position.
Look, I study business.
It's not intentional.
Right? This is what I do. So while I may not know every commentator under the sun, I know what the fuck a business decision looks like. And this was a business decision that they go, oh, this is a bad light. How the fuck are we going to monetize it? And at the end of the day, who's suffering? It's not us, right? We all get to speak louder.
Our numbers are exploding. It's just playing defense. Holy shit. David, you've got 1,500 people. I've got 700 people watching. Everyone's like, oh, juicy, delicious drama. Look as they fight each other. Look at this beautiful.
I will say though,
as someone who I'm basically just a Twitter person, and I kind of always have. I've been in the discourse. I've been in the replies. I've gotten into dumb fights, and as I've grown my platform over the last year and a half or so, I was I kind of came to the realization that we don't need this kind of infighting isn't useful for anyone, and they're intentionally engaging in it constantly. None of us want to have to be involved here. This shouldn't happen. This doesn't help us. It might help their business. Maybe it will. Maybe they'll get based gripers now in their audience. Maybe that's the lane they're going for. But none of us want this, and I think calling it infighting is kind of a disservice of what this is. Because we're trying to correct this. Yeah, we're trying to help.
Yes.
Honestly, I'm not even trying to correct nothing. Yes. I'm not trying to correct. Let me be clear at this point. I said the day that she made the comment she did.
Oh my god, what just happened?
About
nice.
on
those
this kind of straw man argument not addressed. And I already addressed and put out what would.
We got the sub goal. Sub goal is attained. Thank you, Nikki Bex, for giving that gift sub to Mildred Seashells. I'm sure Mildred Seashells you just tiptoed in. You just tiptoed yourself into a gift sub. So now you get to be saved from the ads, as can be anybody. If you buy yourself a sub, it is just $5. Apparently $6 on mobile. So if you're looking to save money, buy it on desktop if you can. Right, and then you could also integrate your Twitch. You can integrate your Amazon Prime into Twitch and get a free sub if you've got Amazon Prime. That means you got a free sub. You can park it anywhere, including here at your favorite streamers. Or you can be like Mildred and just wander into a gift sub by somebody awesome like Nikki Bex out of the kindness of their heart, who just donated a gift sub to Mildred Seashells. That's really cool of you. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Wooden Spoon. It's good to have you. Data from cancer research shows that there are on average 3,000 new cases of cervical cancer a year. 99.8% of which are preventable. Wait, we're talking about cervical cancer? Ana brought on Olay for her bail reform views to debate, right? But Cenk spewed out propaganda anecdotes, and Cenk blew his stack. I'm sorry I missed that. I should have been covering that. Andy Kindler is really funny. Friend of the Majority Report, right? Council was forced to delete a tweet encouraging trans men and non-binary to attend cervical screenings after transphobes criticized their use of inclusive language. So what V is pointing out here, is that this erasure, this pushback against inclusive language, it's having deadly consequences. Statistically speaking, it's bound to have deadly consequences. Can gender critical activists please explain how cervical screenings messaging aimed at trans men will ever be acceptable to them? Yeah, they literally want trans people erased. That's the whole point of the gender critical movement. Screening rates among trans men are much lower. So are you saying if trans men have to unalive, so never have to see this messaging? Yeah, exactly. That's
is my position on that. On that episode of Leftist Mafia, when we talked about it, I addressed the substantive nature of it. I'm not trying to do or correct nothing. I do not work PR for TYT. I don't give a fuck what they do. I don't care. They could blow up their network. I don't care. They could pivot to the right. They could move to the left. They could dance wherever they want to dance. I don't give a damn. All it is simply, and for me, was you came at me, I replied, that's that on that. Now they doing that foolishness, and I want to, because people have this idea that's back. I didn't produce any content on this, and I won't. My episode tomorrow for Illuminaughtii is on Clarence Thomas and his bribes, the shit I care about, or him getting flued out, his gifts, him living good.
Yeah, Olayemi's a lawyer, right? Olayemi's not interested, Olayemi's. If you want to argue with Olayemi will argue with you, right? But her content isn't drama, isn't trashing people. It's just covering stuff like Clarence Thomas, legal issues that come up in public discourse and shedding some light on them with her knowledge. So yeah, that's all Olayemi's trying to do here. And, without even realizing it, she's getting subtweeted on TYT, and nobody realizes it because y'all are behind that paywall, right? Y'all are behind a paywall on TYT. They moved to general corporate stuff later. Did Blair did videos profiling MLMs at first? Nice, good thing to mention. Spark that blood. So what are we at 54 likes on YouTube? Can we hit 60 by the top of the hour? That would kick ass. That would put us on track to break our previous record. One day, chat, one day, I dream that we could get 100 likes in YouTube chat. I don't know if it's possible, but I'm gonna try. It's not gonna stop me from trying.
I'm not interested in being in any back and forth with them or blah blah blah. I don't see it as that in this particular instance. The only reason why I said what I had to say on the weekend, and I dispute them, and honestly after that I considered that done. I didn't care what they did. People sent me when they were talking on the show and I didn't say anything. The only reason why I went back in was because they started attacking Lance and attacking everybody else, and I very often it is that I am picked on as the black woman here. That's just true, and everybody in the comments can feel how they want to feel, blah 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 blah. It's just true. It is easier to go after the black woman. There's a certain way that you go after them, and I don't like when people when I'm not spoken up for, or when the effort is not made to.
So you see how that works? You see how that works, right? In terms of somebody going after somebody, if you're talking about going after a cis het white dude, you're gonna have a little bit of an uphill battle, right? And it's not because people are foaming at the mouth, racist, transphobic, homophobic, misogynist, right? They don't realize that they are these things. But that stuff resides in the subliminal, implicit layer of a lot of our minds, way too many of our minds. So that's what she means by that, right? Is that there is a certain way, and I described it earlier as drama, hate sticks to you better the more marginalized you are, the more different ways that you're marginalized. So as a black woman, Olay is saying that she's used to getting this stuff because maybe unconsciously people realize they're going to have an easier time painting her as bad than they would, you know, just somebody who was less so marginalized.
To protect me by my co-host, so I appreciate when they do, and I do not want to disincentivize them to do that. So for me, it was like once you started attacking them, once they spoke up for me, I felt obligated to make sure I incentivize them, that I'm not going to leave you out on a limb. I really appreciate that, and I'm going to jump in, and that's what it's really about for me, why I even bothered there. But I have addressed the substantive nature in no explicit detail at this point about what was the problem with what they did and why it's not just about, oh, you know, a petty thing or just saying whatever or blah blah blah. But we all know, everybody who watched the episode, everyone already knows, everyone, there is a consensus. The only people that are in this, you know, in this conversation, in the comments, in the thing, that are like on the side of them are the right. There's no one that's actually on the left. So they've said as much, right? It's all the left they're taking on. They know it. So all the people, it's not like we even have to prove the point. Everybody on our side of the fence knows what was harmful about their comments. Everybody who watched our show knows.
Nabil says, in my experience as a POC, it's also easier to sideline us and mischaracterize us than, yeah, people believe those mischaracterizations more readily, yeah.
That we did all the softball handling in the world. I've never seen people be ratioed more in my life. People with over 500,000 followers. It is very clear. We have gone on record. So to me, that's really not on that. Anybody who feel away could be mad and have their narrative and believe whatever they want to believe, that Anna and them are selling, that we came after them, we was disrespected. That's simply not true. That's simply not true. Half of this cast really deeply likes them and very much so does not want to see them, you know, lose. And the other half is indifferent.
It was so peaceful
so, you know,
there it is.
That's that. It is problematic. We have
communists invading radicals. Thank you for invading my YouTube chat, Holy City. Thank you for invading my YouTube channel. Yeah, if you want to follow that, right, you know, you'll be able to pick up a lot of things that you might have missed. You'll be able to see all the VODs there in case you missed them, like, right, so they're you can watch them on Twitch too, but you can also watch them on YouTube, and you'll also be able to, you know, see my videos. I've got a new one coming out. So what the videos are is like when I take my stream and I say, okay, like let's say that I'm a YouTube person and I'm sitting here and I'm trying to watch a video about a subject matter, right? I don't want to watch all of the hype train. I don't want to watch, you know, NCC talk to, you know, people in chat about other stuff. I just want to watch the video, right? So where's the video? There's the video. I have to make it for you though, right? I have to cut things out and I have to, you know, reorganize things, and I'm getting good at it. I gotta say, I think I'm getting good at editing video. So if you want like an experience that's just like optimized, right? It's just optimized for you on YouTube. That's another good reason to follow my channel as well. Thank you so much, Holy City. Meow. What are we on 58 now? We're getting really close to 60. We're gonna see if we can hit, oh yeah, we'll easily get 60 by the top of the next
trans
hour.
Audience, all of us have a trans audience. We care about our community, like we care about that community. We care about marginalized folks. We care about being honest, and that is all that is. You're gonna continue to be good allies. And if Anna and Cenk and whoever else don't like that, then they don't like that. You know, such is life. You're gonna be all right though. You're gonna be all right. I promise you.
You can't cancel people. We don't have that power. It's not real. It's not a real thing. Like a lot of people on Twitter, like,
we'll see who cancels who.
I'm not. Yeah.
Why does it feel like everybody's like just like this was me? You know, this was me 2 years ago. The only difference is there was nobody that had my back, right? But I said these exact words to Dylan. I don't have a magic wand to magically cancel you. Like everybody's saying I'm trying to cancel Dylan. What are you even talking about? You think that trans people have more power than cis people? You are fucking transphobic. I'm sorry. There's no other way I can break it down for you. But like, yeah, I mean, I'd love to have more people on our side here. Like, I'd love to have more people wake up to the fact that people can do damage, maybe even more damage to us from the left, right? Yeah, it's about time. That's all I gotta say. It's about time.
That was real.
That's the meme. It's the meme. These are jokes. This is why it's funny. It's because we don't actually have that power.
Wait, I thought that we could.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I mean, I did see in some of the replies, especially to Cenk, there were people like, "Hey, I'm a subscriber to you guys. What the fuck?" Like, so some people were like in their audience, pretty upset. So I mean, maybe there will be some sort of blowback. It's yet to be seen, of course. I don't know if they have like that public. I don't know.
If I was,
I've been in their audience for like 10 plus years. Like I'm not like, I watched their shit before I got into this. Of course, they were a big inspiration in terms of like me getting into this and all that. Like, so if you lose me, like someone who was a paying subscriber, watch shows like Old School, like watch these shows no one's ever heard of, but I watch them because they're TYT show. Like, if you start to lose me, then you're losing people. Like this is it's the part of it as well is they used to be like they were the place that people could go to where, because their voices weren't being heard. So but TYT would speak to these issues that mainstream media was not speaking to, and now because they're not doing that on some issues like criminal justice, like this issue now, at least in some ways, that like people are angry at them, people that are their members, their subscribers, because they feel like, hey, what the hell?
Okay, so I'm watching on Matt Bender's channel here, right? And I'm seeing the mods for, wait, I thought that was a mod. I'm seeing the other chatters say that TYT Army is in their chat and they're getting mad. They can't handle this. Right, the TYT fans, they are still out there apparently.
Like, you were the voice.
Can you imagine being that person where you're like, no, TYT didn't do anything wrong. Trans people just expect too much. And finally somebody's calling them out on it. Thank you, Cenk. Thank you, Ana. Can you imagine being that person? Because I can't, right? David Doel, you know, fan of the show, worked with the show. Like, half of these people are like friends with TYT, right? And they can't believe it either. There were chatters in Bender's channel that were being wildly contrarian. That is the TYT Army. Those are stans, right? Stans, like, literally do not care. They will find a reason to justify their support of anything that Cenk and or Ana do, right? That's unfortunate, but it's true. And they were apparently in Matt's chat in a big way.
For the voiceless that were not appearing, these opinions not appearing anywhere else, and now you are no longer welcoming to those positions either. Again, even if they don't agree with them, like, engage with them.
We support those who support us. Good point. Yeah.
Like, at least have an honest conversation about it, as opposed to this shutting down, this straw manning about how we're calling them names. Like, this is what Cenk claimed, we're calling them names. Did you watch?
We called them fascists, according to him.
Somebody did get called fascist, right? But it wasn't these people. Or sorry, it wasn't Cenk and Ana. What was it that he said? He basically said that the people mad at him on Twitter, basically. If you're going around saying you cannot say that, oh, look, you know, down with Cenk, right? He said that's fascist, right? He was calling people on Twitter, like, who were disagreeing with them, fascists, right? Characterizing them as somehow like making some kind of royal decree that Cenk may not say this, who said the transphobic thing off with his like proverbial head. That's not actually a real thing, Cenk. I don't know where you're getting this, but he literally called people fascist, and he accused these people of calling him a fascist. They didn't say that. They wouldn't say that. There's no reason to say that. Cenk's got a bad take. Cenk is doing things that are bad, you know, for the left, that are bad for TYT, that are bad for people associated with the show, that are bad for trans people, right? Cenk is doing all kinds of bad stuff, but nobody in here's gonna call him a fascist because that literally doesn't apply. That's not a thing. That's not a thing, but somehow people canceling, like saying bad things about TYT on Twitter, those are you know, so if you criticize TYT on Twitter, you're literally the person like in that commercial riding with the Fuhrer on the other riding shotgun for the Fuhrer, right? That's what Cenk is saying. That's what Cenk is calling you. It's so hypocritical. It's so unbelievably hypocritical.
Yeah, none of us called them fascists. We didn't call them anything.
Yeah, you're not the main character. They have to understand this. They're not.
I mean, they were the main character on Twitter. Oh,
the main characters.
Oh,
I got
but they want
the
to
same
be.
side of this issue.
But they
on the
want
same
to
side
be.
of this issue. That's the most infuriating part about it.
But they want to be. They're usually right. They're not the main character, but they want to be. That's all it was about. They managed to make every single person talk about this week. They managed to hijack whatever we wanted to discuss, whatever the rhetoric was going to be about. They have the entire internet left discussing this. Like, everybody, I've seen my face on more thumbnails that aren't my video on YouTube as well.
They're getting it from Fox News. It's the same thing calling trans people Trantifa. Oh my god.
So basically, I mean, that's what it is that they're doing. They wanted this engagement. And yeah, I mean, that's basically all it is.
I'll be honest, I learned so much about them this week because of all of this. And I know for a lot of you guys, none of this is new news, but can I just bring this up? Because it really did bother me, this clip that started circulating around, not the one that Olay posted with the compilation of them saying the N-word over and over again, but the one where, is his name Cenk? Cenk? I don't know.
Yeah,
Cenk.
Cenk, with a J, yeah.
The one where he's talking about when he's being real, talking about the woman, right? Being real transphobic towards her, right?
No, the one where he's talking about, he's using like the Republican talking point, essentially of if a woman orgasms or gets pregnant via a rape, then it wasn't rape, but he uses it in context of fucking a horse.
Any Vosh fans in the audience?
Oh,
I'll be honest.
Oh, you got a bunch of old clips like that.
A lot of their old stuff, like when they were more like
it's not.
I think before, because like I said, I started watching them in 2012. I think a lot of that stuff was pre-2012.
Everyone,
and
Blair,
that
you
stuff
just
was
blew every
It's
chat's
horrible.
minds. Every chat is like, wait, what? Because they didn't know.
And you got me demonetized. No, I mean, it was, I'll blame TYT for that. It's TYT's fault.
about this lore. I knew about this.
Yeah.
Rouge horse, exactly.
Yeah. They got a weird history.
But
Yeah.
it's really, oh yeah, no.
God.
Oh, there's so much weird, yikesy, edgy shit from them.
So like the clip that the clip that Olayemi was talking about, that is real. I've seen that. I know what she's talking about. Yes. Yeah, that's a real clip. He had a thing when trans people first started being in the news, right? Cenk was not nice to us. Yeah? Like, Cenk was mean, right? You know, talking about people's looks and stuff like that. And even when he wasn't going after a trans person, like when he would see like a cis woman and like, you know, want to say that she looked like not very feminine, he would make like oh, I don't know, looking kind of transgender there. Like, he used transgender as a dig, like as a general purpose insult at you know.
There is this like weird agreement.
It's bad. There's a clip of Cenk saying he would legalize. Oh my god, yo, like Cenk is like, yo, Vosh, hold my beer. I don't know what it is for Cenk. Is this a microbrew or something? But it's some kind of fancy beer, and he's just like, hey Vosh, hold my beer for me.
I disagree.
You know, there's this quiet agreement the white left seems to be in about like all this shit just being good. Like, I don't know where I missed the meeting where everyone's just like, oh
yeah, you missed it. You must have missed that episode of Vosh.
You know about that? I don't know about it.
Well, it's because they've addressed it and apologized already. It's just like,
yo, their chat's talking about Vosh too.
I think if you can apologize and recognize you said some dumb shit, then people can move on. Like,
it would
a
be
lot
pretty
of it
funny.
was attempted to do for comedy purposes, and it didn't really land. And so
it would be funny if, you know how people, we did it, some of you did it on the episode, but like talking about like, oh, you know, don't worry. I mean, you can't go too mad at them because they have this history.
Oh my god, there really are stans in the chat.
It'd be pretty funny if you were like, listen, you can't get mad about the transphobic stuff because they have this great history about fucking a horse.
Look, this chatter says, oh, the old arguments that every bad faith detractor brings up about TYT cool. These sound like Vosh stans. This is the exact same behavior from TYT stans that you get from Vosh. Oh yeah, you're gonna bring up the thing about the sexual harassment in the Discord again? Oh god, all the bad faith. Yeah. Oh, you're gonna show literally what the shit that he said about CSA? Yeah. Bad faith showing him his own freaking clips.
It is hilarious. I will say it is funny. Like, obviously, I recognize. I'm sure they have good things that they've done, but it is funny.
Wait, so wait. Just to be clear, Lance and them are not talking about Vosh, right? Nobody's really brought up Vosh yet. But the chat, their chat, right? Bender's chat is you know, which is full of TYT fans, TYT stans apparently. YouTube, have I checked in on you in a while?
That in the same breath of everybody doing
all
the coddling about what they're currently saying.
I need to see what YouTube Jink Ian fan confirmed. That's right. They're getting take a shot. Take a shot. Can oh my god. Why is it always child or animal abusers who want everyone to focus on hating the rainbow? Yeah, right? Like almost all anti-queerness serves. Yeah, good point, V. Where are we on likes? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? I feel like we can do this. Pretty sure we can do this. 59! 59, we are 1 away. So you can be that hero that puts up over the 60 mark. And maybe we can even break our last record. Our previous record is 70, right? Our previous record on YouTube likes is 70, and we're looking like we might be able to do that. Just the question is, does YouTube chat have any juice left?
And it's all the defense of their track record, and then when I go to look at their track record, it's nothing but more fucked up shit that justifies. And everyone's like, "Oh no, but no, that's okay." I'm like, okay.
Yeah, they've had a really bad history, and I think a lot of people are learning a lot about them recently.
And present, because I want to let y'all know. So
and present. For
me, let me just say this: I found out about them, like I said, last summer, and since then it's been rough. I've only seen bad things, like think I'm gonna go homeless, propaganda, bail reform, listen, like all the things right now, transphobia, and then when I look back, I be seeing worse. So I'm just
wait. Lance made a gesture of recognition with his head, and then cut his camera. But I don't know if he reads the chat when he's on pod. Wait, so he was making a. Wait, did somebody say Vosh on the panel? Because I know people were talking about Vosh on the chat, but like Lance, it looks like Lance recognized something.
I can tell you why I started watching them. Like what got me interested is when I think this was during the 2012 election with Mitt Romney, and they were criticizing Obama, and I was kind of confused. I'm like, all I ever see is either all pro-Democrat or all pro-Republican. Here are people thinking, rationally, objectively, and properly criticizing certain things from both sides. And I'm like, hey, I don't see this very often. And to be fair to them,
TYT's greatest value is that it's a gateway to the essay, the video essay / BreadTube stratosphere. True.
I mean, to be fair to them, really again, they lost a lot of support because they were critical of Barack Obama, and so that was a poor business decision. But that's one they made because that's one they felt that they had to do because of
That's why I'm I guess when this started out, I was surprised, right? When somebody was like, TYT had a transphobic take, I had to see it to believe it. Because I do remember them sticking, their necks out there a little bit in, making criticism, like, because everybody says, like, okay, elect a Democrat, but then hold their feet to the fire and make them, do the right thing, make them keep their campaign promises, etc., right? If you even want to have any chance on getting those things passed that they promised you, you got to force them to do it almost, right? Everybody talks that talk prior to the election, and nobody actually walks that walk. And yeah, they would hold Obama's feet to the fire
because of their feelings on what was happening at the time. But so, yeah, to go from that to now feeding into right-wing narratives is quite a weird shift.
Okay, this is kind of unrelated to the drama. No, well, actually, this is totally unrelated. I just got this really sweet text from one of my ethics professors in college, and she was actually one of the people that really got me to critically think, because I think, as many of you guys know, I actually used to have a lot of kind of conservative mindset and talking points. I used to claim I was a libertarian and all this crap too, and she just messaged me and it just was kind of like, hey, we're all watching your show right now live. We're so proud of you guys. Great talking points. So hi, Liesel, you're amazing. Thank you so much for talking to me. Okay, sorry, back to the drama.
Oh, that's sweet.
That's so cute. No, that's nice. Good wholesome interlude.
Now back to the bloodbath.
And here's why.
The blood sports.
I said all I gotta say.
Yeah,
looks like they're about done. All right, so yeah, I want to just shift gears. I'm sure you're ready to shift gears too. How are you doing, chat? Do we need some kind of like wake up before the next segment? I gotta pee so bad. But if you want to, I will jump on the trampoline for you. Is there any desire to see something like that? Oh my god, that is like, I'm sure that's more drama than they intended to do, right? That was a good 55 minutes. That was almost an hour worth of tea that I don't think that the Leftist Mafia was really trying to do, but they did it anyway. How are you, chat? How's everybody doing? Let's you're gold. You want me to go pee? Meow. Okay, this consensus of chat seems to be that you want some Weasel Assembly, right? Is that what you want? Weasel Assembly? We will put the Weasel Assembly on. I will go pee. I will come back. I will jump on the trampoline with a newly emptied bladder, and then we will get back to the content, which is gonna be... Let's change this over. Let's change this over. Wait, what even is after this? Oh my god, we're one away. We're literally one away from getting 60 likes on YouTube. Can anybody... Sunny V2 and Mr. Beast, that's right. Sunny V2 and Mr. Beast. So let me put that in here. I almost forgot what's going on. Sunny V2 versus Mr. That there, no. They got that coming up, and then the very next thing is actually gonna be Hasan tries Hasan on the TYT situation. That's what we're gonna do next. Okay, so let's find us a weasel and make that weasel assemble. Mr. Beef. Yeah, I think weasels are adorable. I agree too. Okay, well, I'm glad you like it. So according to analytics, some people don't like it when we do that during the hype train, so that's why I'm trying to get away from that. Definitely don't want to... Where is weasel assembly? I'll just have to like type it in. I gotta pee so bad. I gotta pee. Oh yeah, and yeah. Thanks for reminding me that. Like, Natalie, maybe we'll watch that first. Yeah, it's a 5-minute clip. Yeah, if you got that, post that, and I will. I gotta pee so bad. We're gonna do weasel assembly first. Okay, I'll be right back after I pee. Weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
Meow. Oh, okay. So let's here, let me put on Plastic Makes Me Feel Good while I go look for that link that Natalie may have just sent me.
Parker Jr. Here we go with Ghostbusters.
I bet there's a lot of stuff in stream suggestions. Maybe nobody put this in chat yet. Oh my god. I know I watched this video. That's not it. Meow. Okay, so there we go. We got, this is the clip that Natalie Murray was talking about. I found it, Natalie. I think I watched it yesterday, actually. This is Dan Abrams. Can anybody tell me anything? I asked before. I didn't get anything back. Does anybody know what News Nation is? This is a guy, Dan Abrams, who I don't remember. Was he on CNN? He was on one of the major networks. You know, he's kind of mainstream news, right? But what is Cenk Uygur, the champion of independent media, the champion, you know, the general of the TYT army, the outsider, the person that got fired from MSNBC for speaking the truth? Where does that guy go when the voices of independent media all say that he's wrong? All say that he's doing harm. All say that he's hurting trans people. Where does he go to get his opinion out? He goes back to the mainstream news. The bad, evil mainstream news, that's the first place that Cenk goes, right? Meow. Sounding tight. He looks like if the circle block that goes in the square hole was a person. Oh my god, you're right. You're right, Sarah. What's up? We got 60 likes. I saw that. Congratulations, YouTube. Let's see if we can make it to 70 by, and we got 10, we got an hour to get 10 likes. Let's see if we can do that. If we get to 70, if we get past 70, that's breaking our record, right? We will at that point have broken the record for likes. So let's give that a try if we can. For now, we're going to watch Cenk Uygur talk to Dan Abrams, talk to this weird mainstream news dude that apparently is working for News Nation. What is News Nation though? I still don't know. Frollo asks, "What's up, Farenwolf?" We've never got. I thought we did get to 70.
When thinking about fire-breathing liberals, not moderates, but unadulterated and highly outspoken lefties, one of the first names you have to think of is Cenk Uygur, the founder of the Young Turks, which was one of the first liberal digital media giants and now has more than 5 million subscribers on YouTube, more than 6 billion views. It bills itself as the largest online news show in the world. So when Cenk speaks against the far left, I listen. And that's what happened recently when a well-known progressive stalwart...
Yo, this guy looks so much different than... Like, he's like lost a lot of weight since I saw him last.
Ana Kasparian, a co-host of the Young Turks, tweeted, quote, "I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this." You get it. Now, to most people who don't live in a Twitter bubble, this would seem...
Dan Abrams is thirsting over Cenk.
...so obvious that it's not even worth saying. But those who do live in the Twitter bubble descended, calling her a Karen, a transphobe, a TERF, by the way, is a new term I learned, which is apparently slang for trans exclusionary radical feminist, intended as a slur.
Cenk! Look at how low you've fallen. All right? You said you're a trans ally. The guy introducing you, in his introduction for you, says that TERF is a slur. He just called TERF he said TERF is intended as a slur. What's wrong with a trans exclusionary radical feminist? Nothing as far as I can see. They have everybody as much as right as anybody else to, throw ass on the dance floor. No, they don't have the same right, okay? They don't have the right to our dance floor. They don't have the right to our dance floor. They can't have the right to our dance floor, right? No TERFs on the dance floor. I'm sorry. You can say that it's a slur all you want. Was Dave Chappelle unavailable to introduce this segment? Possibly. It's a slur. Yeah, it's a fucking slur. Didn't they come up with it themselves? Am I wrong about this, chat? Did TERFs come up with the term TERF? Did they start calling themselves trans exclusionary radical feminist? Because I kind of feel like they did. Am I wrong about this? Go TERF or go BERF. Yeah, there you go. It's not a slur. It's not a slur. And you can't have our dance slur, TERFs. They came up with it first. How is that a slur? How is that a slur? TERFs came up with the name for themselves originally. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so I'm right about this. Yo, Jink, this is who's introducing you. This is your hype man, Jink. This is how far you've fallen. So sad that Ana and Jink are just picking this hill to exactly Solo Flight. Welcome to the stream, Solo Flight. He's going on a transphobic show to whine about... Wait, I don't know anything about the show. I don't really know anything about Dan Abrams. But here's my deal, okay? If a guy like this has got a job in establishment legacy media, right? You know, one of the 4 cable networks, which he did. I'm sure of it, okay? And now he doesn't have the job. I'm starting to wonder, like, did he get caught doing some sexual harassment? Like, is there a reason that he's not on mainstream media anymore? That I just completely missed or something? Like, right? What is this guy's story? Agleith says, not exactly. The term was originally coined by a woman who ran a Radfem Digest newsletter, but they adopted the term quite readily when it was introduced. Wait, so was she, maybe she wasn't a TERF, the woman that came up with it, or? Nothing rhymes with TERF, except for Swerf. Obviously Swerf. What's there? He's a true crime hog now, as far as I know. But why did he lose his job? That's what makes me wonder. Did he do something bad? Like, because when I see somebody that had that kind of like, get pushed to the outside, you know, either they said something really based, you know, that was threatening. Which, does this guy look like the guy that's going to say something based? Probably not. Probably not going to say anything based, right? So we got that eliminated, right? So then I start to wonder, did he have some kind of scandal? Did he get canceled? Did cancel culture get a hold of him? Did he get Me Too'd? Because that's really, like, that's when you see this kind of stuff happen. Now, I mean, I guess it's possible that maybe they got bored with him or his ratings were bad and they got rid of him because of that, and he found his way onto whatever this News Nation is. I don't know what this is. Can anybody tell me more about News? Dan Abrams is a decent dude. Well, hold that, put a pin in that, Holy City. We just saw him say that TERF was a slur. Like, how dare you, trans advocates? How dare you? How dare you bemoan, you know, the people just for being trans exclusionary radical feminists, right? How dare you make up a slur for them, even though they made up the name for themselves, and it became a slur because they're so toxic. But don't tell that to Dan Abrams. He either doesn't know what he's talking about, or he's a hog, right? I don't know which it is, because I don't really know this guy, right? So I don't have I don't have an opinion one way or the other. All I know is that he used to work in legacy media, and now he works for News Nation. So I'm thinking maybe there's a story behind that. No shot, says Polly. All I know is if a newscaster presents an anti-trans framing while pretending to be neutral, that is not a decent person. He was left for MSNBC standards. He could have shifted. Well, I mean, like, TYT shifted, so yeah, it's entirely possible. And, you know, like, I mean, I literally don't know, but nobody knows anything. So as far as we know, he didn't do anything horrible. He left. Maybe he was too far left. I don't know. He changed his mind. I don't know. Or maybe he just doesn't know these issues. Like I was saying, there's some chance that he just doesn't know what he's talking about, right? Because that sounds like somebody who's like, I just found out about the word TERF today. Did you know there's this word TERF? Like, right? He just seems like he's a little out of touch.
Used by some woke activists.
You love true crime, but the hogs live there. True.
And the controversy has only continued to grow. To her credit,
well, Polly and Hasan can be our representatives of for the left.
Kasparian didn't back down, tweeting this week, "LOL, the meltdowns over wanting to be referred to as a woman rather than a birthing person is pretty wild. I'll never apologize for that, especially as a biological woman who's had a lifetime of being told I'm less than. I'm a woman, no apologies." And now the big boss, Uygur, has jumped into the fray to defend Kasparian. And it's all descending into the type of thing many on the far right will no doubt delight in. and are already liberals eating liberals, so to speak. But
Wait,
this is
isn't the big boss the guy from Dukes of Hazzard? Like the corrupt county commissioner guy? Is that Big Boss? That's Big Boss Man, right? That does that? Boss Hog. Oh, that's different. Okay. Who am I thinking of then? Who's the boss man? The big boss.
about more than that.
Isn't that like somebody on television?
Uygur, who will join us in a moment, is trying to talk common sense to his fellow liberals.
Common
pointing out
sense.
the extreme fringes are dominating the conversation and trying to silence or marginalize.
I thought that Big Boss was a Bruce Lee villain. Entirely possible. The boss man is a wrestler. Oh, it's wrestling. I do know wrestling a little bit, apparently. WWE. Okay, so that's different than Boss. The Dukes of Hazzard guy is Boss Hog. That's Roscoe Pickle Train? Roscoe Pickle Train? Pickle Roscoe?
More moderate majority in this country, in much the same way those on the far right fringes do.
He turns himself into a pickle. Funniest shit I ever seen. He turns himself into a pickle, Uncle Jesse. He calls himself Pickle Roscoe. Funniest shit I ever seen. And also, can I say one more thing while I'm Daisy Duke? Full hog! There we go. I gotta get the full hog in.
Uygur writes, left-wing extremists help right-wing so much. 66% of this country is left-wing, according to polling on policy issues. They don't believe in defunding the police or being called Latinx or calling women birthing people or abolishing prisons. Anyone who claims they do is lying. Now, this is a conversation we've been actively having on this show for more than a year now. So joining us now is Cenk Uygur, founder and host of the Progressive Young Turks. Cenk, thanks for coming on the program. Really appreciate it. All right, so what is going on here, and why are you getting involved in this?
Yeah. So, Dan, look, we've got a massive problem in the country overall that no one is representing what I call the silent majority, which is about 2/3 of this country that I would argue is indisputably progressive.
Yo, Daniel Abrams is hiding his power level. Maybe Cenk Uygur is too, although I think he kind of came mask off a little bit there. Did anybody catch that? Right, so I said that TYT has gone on the tough on crime bandwagon, right? Does anybody know who the original tough on crime candidate was? You know, in the late 60s, things were getting out of hand. Things were getting out a little messy. You know, that Democratic convention, it didn't look so good. And you had to have a candidate who was tough on crime and who would let those criminals know who was boss, right? And that was Richard Milhouse Nixon. Yay! Richard M. Nixon was the candidate of tough on crime. Now, you see what's on the screen right now? That says silent majority. Some of you might have heard this phrase before, but if you don't know, that was another Nixon talking point. The silent majority. Look, there's the hippies, and they're making a lot of noise, and they're loud, and they're obnoxious, and you see the hippies everywhere. But most Americans are the silent majority, and they don't do drugs, and they don't do LSD, and they don't do any of this stuff. They're not wild. You know, they're not freaking out at the Democratic convention in Chicago. They want law and order. You know, they're like the right. So this was the silent majority. He said, I speak to you, my silent majority. We need to sacrifice, right? And that was the God, that's Fear and Loathing. That's literally Fear and Loathing. Anyway, Doghorn, Anna's doing her best Jimmy Dore impression. God, that's a dog whistle and a half. Yeah, you think so? But yeah, I see what Paulie's saying, because look, this guy's this guy's right wing. Dan Abrams. I can smell it on him. I can smell it. I can smell what the Abrams is cooking, and it's nothing good. It's nothing I want. Silent majority, that's never good, right?
So I could show you the polling on it. You name it: paid family leave, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, universal health care, minimum wage, you name it. The country is progressive. The problem is the Democratic...
So wait, he can show us the polling on that, right? But he can't show us the polling that these same people that are for Medicare for all, that are for, you know, all these progressive initiatives, right? That's what it's this thing of 66% of America is left wing. But what he can't show me is the polling showing that there's that 33%, excuse me, that like, you know, part of that 33% or that part of that 66% is dropping off when people come in and say birthing people, right? What he's trying to claim is that the far left, us, right? Us, we're messing it up for the rest of the country. They could have all these good things, and what's getting in the way of them having those good things is not us, or it's not the right wing, right? It's not the right wing that's actually fighting these things. It's not the right wing that's trying to take your Medicaid and your SNAP benefits away as we speak, right? That's not who's getting in the way of this. It's actually the left wing. So if we just sacrifice the far left people and we tell them to F off, and we get rid of that part of the coalition. But don't worry, the coalition's really small, or that part of the coalition's really small, right? It's like 13 people. It's Lance and his 12 internet friends. That's literally the only people that believe this, right? Never mind the fact that this guy's getting ratioed over and over and over and over again. Nobody supports what he's saying, right? People are, you know, liking Emma's post. People are liking Olayemi's post. People are, you know what I mean? Like, he's getting ratioed off the face of the planet, off the face of Twitter, right? But don't worry, it's only Lance and his 12 internet friends. They just have a lot of alts. That's all. They just have a lot of alts.
Party doesn't represent them because they're the corporate establishment and they represent their donors. So, well, obviously the Republicans don't represent them. So that just leaves us progressives out here in the wilderness. Well,
out in the wilderness? Are you in the wilderness or do you have the majority?
The problem with the progressive movement now is folks on social media from time to time.
The preferred nomenclature, as Adidax so correctly states, is birthanoid.
Completely misrepresented. Now, I want to be clear. What I would call the extreme left don't have bad intent. I think the right wing has bad intent. I think it's arguable whether the corporate wings of both...
Solo Flight says, I think both of them have stepped in it and they don't know how to get out of there. I mean, Hasan's going to talk about that, right? So that's what we got coming up next. We're going to look at Hasan. Oh my God. We're going to look at Hasan. Thank you, by the way, Solo Flight and Transfem. Thank you for the follows. Thank you also for the follow, True Dwabi. Too strong, babes in the woods, right? Yeah, it's a little weird.
Parties have bad intent, but the extreme left is not helping our situation. So when you've got 2/3 of the country on your side, lean into winning issues.
Literally doing both sides. Yeah, you're right, Solo Flight. If you pulled up 1,000 people off the street, only 3 would know what a birthing person is.
And by the way, trans rights is a winning issue. And we've defended trans rights probably longer than...
But trans people expect too much.
Any show...
Trans people are asking for too much. Bill Maher was right.
American media history, okay? So now when we say something...
I don't think their motives matter. The harm is real. If they think that they are the only voice in the room that matters, it's time for them to move on. And I say that with love. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell them, right? If they're gonna do this drama against every other lefty creator, if they're gonna force their friends to pick between supporting them in their BS or standing by their trans communities, then, like, that's on them. That's 100% on them.
Something simple like, we're positive women want to be called women and they don't want to be called birthing people or people with uteruses. And by the way, some, like Ana, are actually offended by that. You're not being inclusive, you're being exclusive, and you're choosing to fight on losing ground for no reason when we have all the winning ground in the world. So, and Dan, the other problem here is the right wing, when you have someone that agrees with them a little bit, like Chris Rock.
This is such bad faith. Did you see what he said there? Did you see what he said? You're not being inclusive. So we're talking about the birthing people language, right? You're not being inclusive. You're being exclusive, right? So the whole point of this, right? Inclusive, exclusive, what does that mean? It means that when we talk about things like reproductive freedom, we're not just talking about women. We're not just talking about women. We're also talking about some trans guys, and we're also talking about some NBs, right? And we're not talking to, you know, we're not talking about all women. There are women that doesn't apply to, right? So by being inclusive and saying what we really mean is like people who give birth, we're being exclusive because we're gonna piss off Karen. And Karen's gonna scream on Twitter, and Karen's gonna, you know, attack all her friends, and like, I don't know what to do with that. This is disgusting. He knows what he's doing.